Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Thursday, January 2nd, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Been too long, got a lot to catch up on, a lot of craziness happening. I sat back today looking at all that I was going to try to cover. And as I tend to do on these, so many days off kind of show, pushed off foreign policy until tomorrow or the next day and looked at all we were talking about or all I was thinking about and all that we've been covering up until, drones and all the different things. And really just, we've talked about 5th generation warfare more than once on this show. And I've done focused, episodes on that in particular. But today in general, just looking at the full picture, really thought it was an important time to kind of reiterate that idea. And this doesn't mean fake conversations. Like the same way that like a false flag doesn't have to mean that everything was fake. It simply just means that it's a manipulation. It can mean that. But the idea of 5th generation warfare goes a lot deeper. And we're talking about the idea, for example, things like we see of the controlled entities, the Azov movement, actually, when you understand it, being funded and controlled by outside forces like the US and Israel, or ISIS and Al-Qaeda, for example, and how these things are used to drive certain actions from the population. Social media, artificial intelligence, and all these new elements are adding on a really alarming aspect to all of this. And I think we've all started to see, I'm not even sure how to frame it, coming off of like the Jack Dorsey Twitter into the Elon Musk Twitter, and however you want to call that difference. But clearly we're all beginning to see more people than lately, more than ever, because of what just happened, beginning to see what is being there. Something is falling apart. We're watching what's happening with this. It's beginning to show everybody across the board that, what a lot of us were saying is actually pretty obvious now. And I think what it's building is this idea, what it's developing into is this very clear picture of some kind of coordinated effort to drive people into a very, very specific location. And I think more than any of the things we're going to talk about today, conservatives are the people that are beginning to feel more manipulated, more, controlled. And I think today, what I want to highlight is all these different conversations, like the fog conversation. Drones not really focused on today, but I included it for the point that I think it's part of what we're seeing. We're going to talk about the fog. I want to talk about the overlap of the smart dust aspect that's been brought up into that. I want to talk about the Cybertruck discussion, both aspects of that conversation, the New Orleans aspect, both the drivers, both the examples, both from Fort Bragg, all the things you probably heard, talk about what that looks like. And of course, just kind of seeing this in a large way, bring this to a high elevation view. And of course, because you might have noticed this morning, there was no AM wake up. And I'm sure a lot of you missed out on that. I'm sure you're just pining for the wonderful Steve Poikinen for tomorrow. But guess what? You're in luck today, because I asked Steve to jump in because he was unable to join to do his show this morning. And I asked him to join today for the well, it looks like it's chopping out already. But I asked him to join for the co-host the show today because he didn't have this morning. But we're not sure if it's going to be a good connection because he's kind of working on the secondhand equipment from people that are letting him use it and so on. So let's see how you're doing, brother. How are you?
I think I'm okay. I think so. I don't know. We'll find out.
But so
yeah,
really,
this is trial run number 1. We're doing it live.
I think it's going to be rough, but we're going to give it a shot. So basically, I'm going to go into this like I normally do. And what the plan is to kind of just go through these little segments and kind of take a moment and just discuss with Steve what he's seeing. And, and as always, Steve, feel free to chime in whenever, anything you want to interject. I'm going to go machine gun fire like normal on this show. And if you want to jump in and interject on something, just please feel free and jump in. So let's jump right into this and start with something I thought you guys might find interesting. Now, this is an article I put out, or a show from August 6, 2024, an Israeli false flag to justify attacking Lebanon. You might remember that. That's the discussion of the children playing soccer. Ultimately, a group, the simple story is that it was a Iron Dome missile that essentially fell back and hit these kids. And this has happened more than once in this area. And ultimately they used that to pretend that they were attacked by somebody else. And, it was very clearly broken down. And so that's not the point we're getting into. It's about the article itself and the image, as well as this one. Israel bombs Gaza refugee camps and Gaza fires rockets at Israel. Now, I actually recently talked about this on Steve's show, but unfortunately we have now the 5th lawsuit. The 5th lawsuit based on these 2 images. And what's interesting to me is the page here you can see, the power of attorney from Flash 90. It's the group that is suing me now more than once for frivolous copyright claims. And I would argue are protected under fair use or the Fair Use Act, or because I'm under the impression the ones I'm using are Creative Commons. These ones both apply to fair use. The point is, the group is Higbee and Associates, if that matters to you, is that it's even signed in Hebrew. And I just think that's important, not because it's anything about Jewish people in particular. It's about the reality that I think this has been coordinated. So does my lawyer at this point, and he's not some conspiracy theorist, in quotes, if I can't tell if I'm on screen right now. So in quotes, conspiracy theorist. And what's interesting though, is that this is all started after October 7th, this waterfall of lawsuits that seem frivolous. And I mean, it's lawfare. My lawyer is in complete agreement with me on this, the way that it's been going down. And I just think it's ridiculous that every single one of these seems to relate to Israel as well. Now, that still could just be a random coincidence, but I just still wanted to let you all know that now we have a 5th lawsuit coming after me for a ridiculous amount of money, probably about $50,000 in bills just for my lawyer to fight this first one so far, just to keep you guys updated on what's going on. And I'm not feeling great about where it's all going, but I do feel like we're making headway, like in regard to kind of, I mean, I'm learning a lot, let's put it that way, on how this works. And ultimately the reality of the legal system of this country, which is money. That's it. And if you don't have money, you can't really have a legal defense. And I think that's the crazy part about all this, especially on top of that this is I'm calling it lawfare for a reason, because as I've gone into many times, I'm not going to go into it all now. Intent is the main part of proving this. And I can prove, if I had the money to go to court for all these cases, which I don't, that the intent was not there. That clearly, I think I'm under the impression these are Creative Commons or fair use, which basically means, for example, here that we're talking about this event, and this is it's there for news, criticism, and a couple other categories under the 76, I think, Fair Use Act. You can use images or what would otherwise be copyrighted for purposes of news reporting. And, so the point is they just don't see us in that light. They pretend we're not, come after you anyway from the perspective of the media or, mainstream. Nonetheless, I wanted to show you guys this. I just think that's interesting. And on the note of, actually, I included this. I just thought this was funny. Somebody says, the future Israelis will impose on their Western slaves. And it says, card decline. Please delete all tweets that violate your bank's hate speech policies to process payment, which is not that crazy. When you stand back and think about it, that's really not that far-fetched. I mean, whether Israel or not, that's something that I think we all sense where we're going. And this is just an interesting image. I'm not sure. We could place that in a lot of different things. Maybe the Cybertruck explosion, it's a little prescient. But wanted to include ways to support TLAV if you guys are so inclined. And this is the donation page for the TLAV website. I'd say it's probably one of the better directions at the moment, but still is using Stripe. So how long until that rug gets pulled out? I mean, by the way, I did an interview with Derek Bros this morning, which will go out tomorrow. He just had his Wise account frozen. I don't know if you maybe heard that from him, Steve, but he had his Wise account frozen completely. And that's what I've been using as a kind of stopgap after PayPal's removed and all these different things. And he is basically trying to work through that app. It was for the People's Reset. And they've basically frozen everything. And he's trying to work out how to, I mean, it's just obscene how this keeps happening. And no justification, just we want more information. And they ask him for bank statements. And he's like, look, I use this because I don't have a bank. And they just didn't get the answers they liked. So they said, sorry. But that's it. No money back. I mean, it's just so frustrating how this keeps happening. And I'll also include the Give, Send, Go if you guys would like to donate there. It's a lot of different places you can if you'd like to donate. So since that's one first little mini segment, Steve, if you want to comment on anything?
Yeah, it's
too bad.
Sure. It's and I don't know how I'm sounding right now.
You're good at the moment. It was chopping out for a second.
Yeah, I okay. It's been like that for most of it. I'm on a borrowed laptop. I will hopefully have this fixed by midweek. I apologize if there's any weirdness or delay. This is what we've been promised. This is what we've been guaranteed. That there will be financial repercussions for people who speak outside of the narrative as they speak outside of the narrative. And then there's going to be punitive damages that occur through loss of being platformed. There's loss of monetization. Effectively, post Gamergate, what we have seen are sanctions on the independent media that have been across the board. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. If you're talking about something that is outside of the narrative, you're subject to a spanking.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what Twitter is. I mean, not stated, but very, very clearly shown everybody. I mean, most of us, I think, were seeing it, but now with the whole kind of tantrum that just played out, it's very clear that it's or more so that what was shown as the response or byproduct of the tantrum, which is that we're going to change the algorithm to basically create the mob rule of Twitter, which has already been there, right? But the idea being that, as he says, well, if enough large accounts decide to downvote or not like whatever that, the context being is they can mob your account and make it bad versus all the positive likes. And it's just everybody commented on that. I mean, even people that largely support him, they're like, man, that's Twitter 0.0. That's exactly the same thing. I just think everybody's beginning to see that. And on the note of Twitter, in general, I thought this is fascinating, Steve. And I know I talked about this with you. I talked about this on actually before this, I think a couple shows before. I just kind of was interested in DARPA XAI program. Then I followed up on this and was like, just kind of blown away how obvious this was. And as far as I can tell, nobody's really stating that this is the same thing. And I think it is verifiably at this point, like it's the XAI, which is DARPA's program, and I'll show you in a second, which ended in 2021. Months later, Elon buys Twitter, turns it into X, and then starts XAI, and it's the same thing. And I'm going to show you something on Twitter that I just found today that really not found. It's very public, but just to show you how I see this all connecting. And in the chat, or you, Steve, let me know if you think there's something we're missing, or it's just, to me, this is very interesting. So the title was The Quiet Transition from DARPA's XAI to Elon's XAI, right? And so the point is that that was I'm going to use that for demonstration purposes in a second, not because of the tweet. But so this is the XAI program, DARPA's. And this was from December 2021. This was published, but the program started in, well, I think it was 2015, but actually in earnest in 2017. And that was the 4-year program that ended in the end of 2021. I think it was December, if you dig further in the article. And what this is really about, and this is the most important part for the point I'm making today, it's about explainable AI. That was the whole point. And so the simple idea is that they would want to design, not just it wasn't about designing artificial intelligence necessarily, it was, but it's about designing something that could then, like the next step of that, to be able to have AI give you instruction, but then be able to explain it to anybody, not just a tech guy, but anybody, why that was the case and how they got there. Like, essentially, it's more complicated, but the idea being that way we would understand, not just tell you instruction, but explain how it got there. Now, this was being done with individuals, with like social media dynamics. And of course, when it ended in 2021, that's when, right, like, in 2022, in the early part, Elon buys Twitter, turns it into X, like his past examples, X.com and everything else. And then XAI starts, and then they start using it in the same way to train his artificial intelligence. And that's what they're stating on Twitter. We're using not on Twitter, but when he discusses this, it's been very public, using your tweets, using your engagement on Twitter to train, machine learn, whatever you want to talk about, his artificial intelligence program, but a lowercase XAI as opposed to the capital XAI of DARPA. And what's interesting, though, is as you start to see that they go through other aspects of it, which is using social media, like on studies, and their XAI program to see if you have mental illness, or using the twins, the digital twin aspect of the metaverse for the same purposes. Now, all that's to say that these are being presented as two different things. Here's what I just saw today, which I find wild. Now, I don't know if this is immediately new today, but I hadn't noticed this until today. You notice the little XAI right there? So if you click on that or you hover over, what does it say?
Yeah.
Explain this post. And I'm going, what? So that's literally, and I don't, unless I'm missing it, guys, I don't see that Elon is calling this explainable AI. He's just calling it XAI. And so it's just very interesting to me. So this is, in my opinion, literally the extension of DARPA's program through Twitter and Elon and what they're doing. And explain this post is right there for you. And it's and then you engaging with this is further training this. I find that to be quite profound, simply because we're talking about the connection immediately to DARPA, to the government's to a program that, by the way, has been run through Biden's administration and currently still is. So that should obviously be a point for conservatives, that he's been working with Biden's administration, but that shouldn't be too shocking to anybody objective or with a brain, because he's been clear, he's been a military contractor. But I just found that to be pretty wild. And then just Greg Reese saying the same thing. Officially, Elon Musk originally founded X.com as an online bank. Now, if I remember correctly, I don't even know if he actually founded that. I forget which one. His whole story is riddled with misinformation about his past. But it says an online bank in 1999 with his business partners, Ho, Fricker, and Payne. And then, of course, now, as Whitney's pointing out, they're starting the XA online aspect. And she simply says, one of you agree with Musk's politics, and he not only punishes your account, like we just saw, socially, but also financially. American WeChat, as I'll play that clip if you want to make some comments. Musk's explicit original vision for this platform really is taking shape. She says it might have a MAGA sticker on it, but it will be the same surveillance, social credit BS, just courtesy of the PayPal mafia instead of the Chinese state adjacent firms. And Yaccarino is calling this out. So I find that to be incredible, man. I mean, I think it's very interesting. I know you've seen it, but that seems like a big deal for people that didn't know that. Any thoughts?
It is, and we've taken so much crap over the last couple of years of Elon Musk taking ownership of Twitter and turning it into X and all of that, because we've shown him in his own words saying all of the things that he would like to do with the platform. And for some reason, that is beyond the pale. People have a huge problem with it. If you say, but that guy said, and then when you show them, no, here's the guy in his own words saying the thing, they're like, oh, well, I can block you because it will help my bottom line. And that's kind of where we're at with narrative management right now, is that it's clear that they know that there's no scales over the eyes. At this point, they see it. They just see a way to short-term financial gain for pretending that it doesn't exist, and then they're going to act surprised. I don't know, 6-8 months, year and a half down the line.
Yeah. I mean, it's the next segment we're going to get into right now is about Elon and censor, like kind of on the tail end of what we all saw. I mean, we both already been addressing that first aspect of it, but we're still seeing some interesting kind of continuing fallout on this. And I wanted to get into one part that I really find interesting and kind of, I mean, I haven't really gone too deep on it, but just what they're saying, the conversation around it is really all I'm getting into, is like the interesting kind of the evolution of this conversation, like in the Trump supporting circle. I'm really personally trying to get away from even like MAGA does not describe the full picture of Trump's base and people that support him. And I even fall into that trap where I'm saying, the MAGA, and I'm trying to get away from that because like MAGA, I think is just a general sentiment. And I think a lot of good people want that. And some of them are even skeptical of Trump. Right. And at the end of the day, you have this overlap of people that are both team sport politics that I think are very MAGA, whatever you want to think that means. And then those that are still in the same mindset, but are at least not blinded by the agenda. So it's like this weird overlap. So my point is like, I'm trying to stop doing that. I think it's just a trap from the corporate media, it's just so many things like that. But so the Musk part of the censorship is really interesting in the way this is developed, because I mean, in case you happen to not see this, he kind of lost his cool around the H-1B discussion and kind of just went on a tear. And as what's funny is, and what I'm going to start with is how he's now trying to like narrative manage and be like, no, like it was suppression of like some financial stuff. And we'll go through it, like really trying to like rewrite what just happened, even and act like it wasn't censorship or really wasn't deleting anything. It was just a demonetization or which, by the way, it's funny how it's evolved as we've been highlighting forever. That's exactly what we've been talking about. And if any of it's happening, then we're not talking about free speech here, not in the context of, like breaking the law or violating terms of service, but doing it because people are saying a racist word, for example, which you can argue that's what you want, but that's not free speech. And I would agree. People being racist is disgusting, but that's protected under free speech. So it's very interesting. And so one of those points is about like the gropers or groypers, which I'm sure you're familiar with, the Fuentes kind of overlap there, and how they were just flat censored, right? So let's start with this. Musk defends demonetizing critics' content on X. Now, to be very clear, as I hope anybody normal to this show is aware of, we're not just taking the Hill or whatever platform at face value. It's just a starting point for the conversation. Here's what they're reporting he's saying. And it says this is a quote from him. The First Amendment is protection for, quote, free speech, not paid speech for FFS. Musk wrote on Wednesday. And I'm going, man, what a coward. Like what a wishy-washy sidestep. Now, first of all, there's no carve out that says if you're paying to be able to speak, somehow that makes it okay to censor. Like it's just, the bottom line is that's in the same conversation. Now, realistically, as we've all talked about, a platform doing so is not technically, in my mind, the same conversation of like government level censorship, which is mostly what this applies to, like the terms. But the point is not about whether it meets the definition of, which, by the way, he's now part of the government, so maybe it actually does, but it's about what meets the terms of what we argue as censorship in the context of him and the platform and what he's promised, right? So let's get, like, I think that's an important distinction, that what we discuss as censorship is often kind of just muddied with anybody, like, you know, for example, somebody removing somebody in a chat on like a YouTube stream. I don't think that's the concept of, like, that's not the same as censorship in the context of you having a channel and people coming in and, like, it's, you can call it something, you know, you're still shutting down his ability to speak on your platform, and we can say how we don't agree with that. But I think there's an overlap to what we're dealing with here in the context of actual, like, you know, what I'm saying is the same thing. So they're just trying to, he promised he was not going to do this. That's the only point I'm trying to make, right? So he ultimately said that he wasn't going to allow this unless they were breaking the law, or one of the other caveats he said. And that was supposed to be the standing rule. And then we know that didn't happen. And so now he's just going, well, you know, they paid for it. So all those people out there making that point, right, about paying for all this, there's something to it, right? The idea that now he's trying to act like that's kind of a sidestep away from it. And he says, Musk, the owner of X, was responding to a user who poked fun at those who accused Musk of violating free speech after some users' verification badges and monetization were revoked. And of course, people, some of which I think are disgusting, horrible liars, but nonetheless, I still would stand with the idea that they shouldn't have been suppressed or censored in any way based on his disagreement with them. Or in general, by the way, it doesn't even matter. We're talking about free speech. But he said, then it goes on to say, people getting demonetized for their inexcusable behavior, then complaining about free speech is hilarious to me. That's far more important. He says, you can say whatever you want. You just can't get paid for it. Hope this helps. So I guarantee you, he went to town, he went to his team and said, how do we make this work, right? How do we carve this out to make an argument for why it wasn't just blatant censorship, you know? And we'll get to the point is that he really very clearly did. But what are your thoughts on that?
It's okay. We've been warning about this from day one, because he came out early and said, this is what I want to do with the platform. As long as the extreme 10% on either end of the spectrum are angry, we're doing our job. We're catering to the middle. It's freedom of speech, not freedom of reach. All of these different things that he laid out very, very early. And now, 2 years down the road, when people are acting surprised by it, that to me says, well, there's a couple of things. One is you sacrificed any principle that you claim to have to begin with in order for short-term gain. That's the worst possible aspect. You an aware individual said, okay, I'm hearing what Elon is saying. I'm hearing what Yacarino is saying. I'm going to ignore that to squeeze a few bucks out of some of the rabble. It's a terrible way to look at things, but a lot of people have done that. The other is they were so caught up in the apparent revitalization of the platform, where they got sucked into cheerleading for the obvious censorship that was taking place on behalf of Elon towards the left, and said, okay, it's people I don't like. So I'm okay with you censoring people I don't like. And I'm just going to temporarily set aside the reality that it could come back my way. It's naivety at best, craven opportunism at worst.
Yeah, and it's pretty. I mean, I think one of the things that's really standing out to people that it's changed. Like, I think people have been seeing this for a while, but I think what's causing the rift more than anything is there's a lot of people, and this is just my opinion, in these communities that are now really seeing that. Like, a person could make excuses for, like, let's say Trump saying something they don't agree with or taking an action. They go, well, he must have inside information. That kind of that's been pretty common in partisan fields. But when you start to see people who in your circle who you see as your, like, that start to blatantly lie to the point to where it's so obvious, or in this case, continue to lean into this concept that, in order to gain as opposed to tell the truth, and their whole building ideas that we're the media and we're changing, it causes a really uncomfortable feeling. They're like, this is your community. And I think it's becoming very clear to some people that this is not, they're marching along with people that are not really doing it for the same reason they are, and I think anybody would be uncomfortable by that. And that's just my opinion, but I think that's pretty clear. But so it's interesting. I included this article, by the way, U.S.-Israeli fifth-generation warfare. So I've talked about this in August of this year, actually. Israeli bots destabilizing propaganda, digital regime change. Funny, you go back where both of us on the show have been ahead of a lot of this stuff. Now, the interesting thing here, include this actually. is, so it's what I'm thinking about is, he's saying people getting demonetized for their inexcusable behavior, then complaining about it, free speech, is hilarious to me. Now, so I think what they're trying to do is carve out a very clear difference here. Now, first, he's really clearly trying to make it sound like we didn't remove anybody, we just demonetized, remove check marks. And so I think that's how he's able to go, well, it's funny to me that they think they can just say all these things and then maintain their monetization, which that is a different conversation, right? Now, you could argue, and that's where you're getting a lot of these larger accounts in the Republican side of it now going, this is just the logical conclusion of you saying Heil Hitler and blah, 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 and which I don't really see happening in all the people they're affecting. But, the Nick Fuentes side of this, you can see that I think these people are being used, or they're part of it, right? Like they have been for a while. Like I talk about, falling for these traps and then becoming what they said you'd become with Twitter and Elon, right? I think that's all part of this. But I think what's interesting is there were people that were blatantly censored, even like in Nick's kind of circle, that didn't have large accounts. I mean, some of them weren't verified or monetized, and they got straight up deleted. So it shows you clearly that I think he's just trying to create this narrative that these are just people whining but they're racist, even though that kind of goes against what they've all been trying to do with this. It's just interesting how he's now challenging with like the H-1B conversation and this, a lot of the group that they've been really kind of stoking, which is a lot of the racist elements in that, which I don't think is the majority. And I think it's kind of blowing up in his face a little bit. But anyway, I think that's the main thing of this, is that he's just, and it says, you can't say whatever you want and get paid for it. Well, so let's make this clear. I don't believe that's what we're talking about. And anyone paying attention, I think, already knows that. This is just another article saying he gets fact-checked on X for dismissing platform suspensions. The article is only simply going into the point we're going to make next, which is Nick Fuentes, and trying to hide that these were censored as opposed to just demonetized. And so you can see here many accounts, and there's plenty of them. I mean, you can see like here, Suppressed News has been going to town about this. I mean, there's a lot of these accounts that were, because they're not large enough to get attention for it, right? But so first, Seth Dillon says 1.6 million views isn't censorship, about this guy, Nick Fuentes, getting 1.6 million views on a tweet that says Twitter censorship is back, free speech is dead. Now, what they're doing is knowingly deceiving people. This is what these people do on a regular basis. And a lot of the inner circle of both, I would see right now, as well as whatever left power structure is there, this is what they do to kind of cultivate that control structure, or the narrative around the circle, which a lot of the underlings end up, kind of following along with. They're trying to make it sound like he's pointing to himself, even though they're very aware of what he's actually trying to say, which is this. He's saying these people were censored, not me. These people were removed from the platform. So that's what he's saying. It's censorship is back. But of course, Elon says claiming censorship while simultaneously getting millions of views is the clearest possible evidence that Fuentes has SHIT for brains. So think about that. This is the kind of thing we should expect from Elon now. He knows what he is saying. He knows what Fuentes is pointing to. They've already been going back and forth, and yet he still chooses to put this out so they can then make it look like it was only about one thing. And then Suppressed News claiming censorship. What happened to all these accounts? I mean, this is alarmingly clear. That's why I think right now, a lot of the conservatives, that's what we're pointing out a second ago, is that they're seeing all these other ones, these Republican teams for politics going, that's not true. Alex Jones, the day after this happens, goes, X is the savior of free speech. And people are like, what the fuck? Like that. Oops, I just cussed him. I'm thinking I'm on your show. They're going like, what the hell is going on here? And so here is the point. He simply told you.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. And I understand. People feel like it's okay to cuss around me. It happens. But no, that particular point is so ridiculous. It is, because you've got arguably the face of the truth community for 10 or 15 years that after the fact is coming out and going, no, ignore all of the evidence in front of your eyes and ears. This guy is our guy. And to me, and I think I even said it, it sounds like Alex is in negotiations with Elon for the purchase of InfoWars, because there's nothing that would get it. That's unsolicited cheerleading. You know what I mean? Nobody, Elon didn't come out and say, hey, get my back. I'm under attack. Where are my people at? None of that stuff. None of that happened. That was unsolicited Alex Jones going, I just watched this dude lay waste to a whole bunch of people, by the way, that make up the base of his audience. There's a significant overlap between InfoWars viewers and Nick Fuentes viewers. And you're saying, I don't care about this portion of the base. Elon promised me a new base, so I'm going to go ahead and cheerlead for this because this is what I'm hitching my wagon to. It's very telling.
Yeah. And I think we talked about on your show about the Owen Schroyer aspect, which I think he got his blue check back, but I don't know if he got, the subscriptions or whatever else. But it was interesting that while that was going on, he was still, Elon, he didn't seem to say a word about it. Shows his side, and I think that's pretty telling, so if I was Owen Schroyer, I would be thinking about that, or the other people like Greg Reese who have, or TrueStream or Richard Grove or plenty of others that have kind of fallen away from this and been like, as that clip I often play from your show, where it's like they just kind of, as Tease told us, they just kind of lurch into it and don't check their sources, which I think anybody objective is able to discern at this point. Well, here's another example as Elon saving free speech, but here he is pointing to something which Tommy Robinson is the focal point of this, but that's not the point of this point I'm making here. But feel free to comment on him and the overlap. There's so much to it. But Elon says, "What's going on, YouTube?" Because he got a video that was censored. And it's so transparent. Like this is, and I'm going to show you some points again next about like Jack Posobiec. And it's clear to see what and this is my opinion, but I think it's clear what they try to do when stuff like this happens, right? So you step in it, right? You make a big mistake and you just kind of go back to the same things, right? It's about, the election being stolen or Democrat attacks or, the same kind of big things that catch attention. And so one of them is, well, YouTube censors, it's like, look over there, look what's going on over there. Well, you just got caught censoring. It's just plainly an effort to do so. And that's, again, Suppressed News is going, what's going on, Elon? Same thing, you complete manipulator. It's just crazy how anybody can pretend they don't see this. And you might have seen he did for a moment, very weirdly, change his name and his video. And you still, go ahead. You want to comment? It's just cutting out. I didn't hear you if you want to comment.
I was just going to say it's transparent and bad. I'm sorry about the delay. There's like a 4.5 second delay. And I apologize for that. Again, I'm on a backup laptop. It's got the processor of a drunken squirrel. And I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, it's all good, man. No worries. I mean, it's basically, I think the best thing to do is to, I'll like wait until I get done with the segment, or I kind of, go to you, and then I'll just wait, and it'll be like a couple seconds, we'll just kind of, that way we won't overlap as much. But even though, feel free to jump in. I'll just pause and let you talk. I mean, it's not a big deal. We're this show is pretty all over the place anyway, with whatever jumps into my head, sort of like your show. But so here's what is interesting about this. And I don't know if you've talked about this in the morning, but this Kekis Maximus. Well, actually, the first thing that jumps to my mind is yet again an example of how, rule for thee, not for me kind of thing. Given he is the owner of this platform, or one of them, but I thought it was hilarious how he went on this big tear about how you lose. Like, one of the things they were saying to some of them was, well, if you change your name or do this, or change your picture, you lose your check, and it might, it takes a while and so on. It's just, he changes this stuff. Of course, had not a missed moment of any kind of subscriptions or check marks, because clearly, rules don't apply equally to people that are billionaire, oligarch, Zionist technocrats. But what's interesting though is that this image, and what a lot of people pointed out, first of all, this is like the Groyper image. So everybody's pointing out that, so he goes after them, censors them, and then like tries to like nod to the community in hopes that he can gain back some goodwill, which people can decide for yourself whether you think that's what he was doing, but makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's an interesting thing to do. And then, as well as a bunch of overlapping points about how, I guess, this translates in some way to something dark, and it means that he's, you guys can decide whether you think that's the reality. But ultimately, the argument being that it's like a secret way of saying he's some kind of secret evil, or, whatever the breakdown was. And I'm not doing justice of explaining it. The point is just that overall, that this might signify something else. And it's certainly not something I would ever dismiss. Oh, and then I thought, here's Whitney right here. A desperate rebrand to court the gropers. That's what I was referencing to after the recent rift. Unfortunately, many are gullible enough that after a few tweets about video games and complaints about Hollywood making beloved characters another race, many will come back into the fold of this Zionist and U.S. military and intelligence contractor building the CIA's spy satellite network. Which, of course, I think I've got it up right here. That's, of course, what she's referencing right there, what Derek wrote about. The Elon Musk and SpaceX are helping U.S. intelligence build the world's largest spy satellite network. Well, I'll point to that in a second when we come back to it. But so the point here was just simply that that's what it was. So, his little PR guy, apparently. Mario Narfall. I don't know. I actually not even trying to say his name wrong. I every time I go to it, I'm like, I always I think Narwhal from the movie, and it can't always mess me up. Mario Nawfal, and he says
everybody says narwhal.
It's my brain just sees that when I look at it. It's funny, but it says Elon's final form, meme lord Kekis Maximus, and it says peak internet achieved. I mean, like, it really is done. I mean, to me, that's like, based and all these things. Like, I'm not trying to make fun of any new lingo. It's just the way that these groups use it seems weird. I feel the same way. And that's actually what he was saying right here. Yes, that might be possibly the cringiest thing I've ever read. Cringy is the best way to put it. It's weird the way that they use these terms these days. But Luke, of course, responded about what Ashley St. Clair was saying, which was, this is how censorship starts on every platform. Go ahead. You want to jump in?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, it's the Steve Buscemi meme. Hello, fellow kids.
Right.
That's what he's doing. How would you like some internets? Would you like some? I have the internets for you. Let's go ahead and give you some internets. And by the way, also your social credit. Like, nobody picks up on what's actually happening here. He deplatformed 30, 40, 50 people that had ancillary impact on the actual event that took place. And it was for no other reason than to lay waste to them. That's pretty freaking crazy. I apologize, Ryan. I have to hop up real quick and take care of something at the door, but I will be right back.
Yeah, come on back whenever, man. I'll bring you back in. But yeah, so it's definitely interesting, to say the least, like, to see the responses around all this. I think a better word is revealing. And I mean, again, this is not even, I mean, this is my opinion, obviously, but I know you're all seeing it. Like, I was on Spaces, which was pretty crazy, by the way, which probably not going to do those again for obvious reasons. But I mean, overall, I think it was actually fruitful. I think there's a lot of people in that space it's largely a MAGA, Trump supporting kind of circle. And I mean, other than a couple of like deliberate destabilizers in that conversation, most people in there were going, yeah, like, I'm worried about that. Like, I don't get what he's doing. I don't understand that. But still clearly in support of him, but just recognizing something amiss. I just think that's powerful. And I was actually praising a few, like, I just really value and appreciate your integrity to be able to go, I support him. I voted for him. But what just happened, I just can't understand. And I'm stepping back. Like, that's not right. And I need to understand, that's being able to do that when new information comes along. That's intelligence, guys. That's what we should be doing. But the problem is partisanship, as I've said so many times over the year, circumvents logic. And we ultimately end up sidestepping something important because it rubs up against your chosen circle. Or, it's like we've devolved back into some high school circle dynamic where, nothing else matters but being in your clique. I mean, it's sad, But so this is what Ashley St. Clair was saying. This is how censorship starts. And by the way, none of what I was saying had to do with her statement because she was on the screen. It just happened to be the case. This is how censorship starts on every platform through every avenue throughout history. They deplatform the worst, in quotes, people so that people do not speak out because they don't want to be associated with them. That's actually really important to think about. And usually the point, and that's always why we start there, is that if you do not stand up for the worst of speech, then you don't believe in free speech. That doesn't mean you have to support what they're saying, but you have to stand up for their right to say it. And that is the simplest way to put it. And we all know this. It's just, we get, influential, large influencers talking about circles around something and people fall, it's about momentum. It's about what I just described, not wanting to go foul of it. And right now, as a lot of people are pointing out, a lot of these large group accounts and groups basically stepping on eggshells about what topic they're not going to talk about, so in worry of upsetting Emperor Musk. I mean, it's a very real conversation, and that's causing a lot of very clear self-censorship. So she's saying, and she's right. Usually they start with, the most obvious example of what most people would be like, yeah, that's a gross person. Because then, you kind of you don't want to stand up and support them, right? For example, like a Laura Loomer example, but see, my point is I stand on my principles more than anything. And so I go, well, I think that's actually a perfect example of what she's saying, but I would still stand up and fight for their right to be gross and disgusting and dishonest. That's how I see it. And we all have to be that way. But so, and she goes on to say, accounts are being suspended without reason. And that's important because that's not just the demonetization, the downranking, it is literal censorship. And there's been a lot of them that nobody wants to acknowledge. I mean, like within a recent time span. Well before that, though, we've all been calling out the censorship for, Palestinian accounts, negative Israel comments. I mean, it's all been pretty transparent. They right now have a partnership with the ADL. I think that should say it all. And it says, ability to purchase premium removed, subscribers removed. If you're going to demonetize them, whatever. But to remove subscribers who are individuals choosing to support somebody privately, very bad precedent. Now, that's a good point, but the problem is that by demonetization, you then remove the possibility for subscribers. But I agree with the point is that, like, what you're basically doing, like, I guess the point she's making, if I'm understanding correctly, is demonetizing the account when it comes to every other aspect. But if you got people, and I agree with this, that are choosing to say, I like that guy's content, I want to subscribe to it, whether that's money or just subscription in general, but she's talking about the money, then of course they have that right. That's Elon stepping in between them and going, no, I don't want that. I don't like them. Or just let's say Twitter to make it objective, to say that I don't want that. We don't think that should exist. We don't want you to have that right, which is not just about, well, I mean, he's stating it. You can't expect to just say what you want and get monetized. Well, yeah, that's actual free speech. You're deciding now what speech should be monetized. Welcome back to Twitter 1.0, guys, with a little bit different flavor. It's as simple as that. That's the way Luke steps up and apparently just waking up for the first time and going, oh my God, what's happening? This is not what I signed up for. Where the hell have you been? It's been clear this entire time. And David Icke says, oh, but you did, Luke. And you promoted the Musk-Trump psyop as you promoted the COVID psyop. Don't start moaning now. You made the bed. Time to sleep in it and take the devastated credibility that's coming along with Rogan, Carlson, Jones, Brand, Weinstein, Poole, Johnson, Nafal, Peterson, Carroll, the Tates, and so many more. And whatever. Now you could decide whether you agree with every single name listed. The point he's making is that people have, the same thing. It's who have, basically the people that soft pedal the early part of a major conversation, let the independent media, the earnest aspect of it, do all the legwork, and then swing in with a half narrative and carry it into they basically fold it back in with the mainstream direction, while screaming, we're the ones fighting. I mean, it's so, to me, I've never seen, well, it's about as transparently obvious as COVID-19 and Zionism and Israel's genocide. Let's put it that way. But he goes on to say, who have bought and promoted the Trump-Musk psyop. He says it's also a head shaker to see the alternative, in quotes, investigate deep state false flags, which we'll get to in a minute, through the years poring over every alleged fact to see if it stands up. But when anything happens involving their side, they accept their official story without question. Now, that's a simple sentence that I want you to think about, that I've said in much more abstract ways over the years. The idea that you have one side, and this applies to the left in the same way. Look at the COVID-19 conversation, the injections, the science, trusting the science, same thing. That if it's the right, oh my God, they'll take all day to pour through every source point and everything just to find anything that makes you doubt what they're saying, right? That's what you should do for everything, by the way. And then, of course, when it's something that they like, or Fauci says so, well, it's like, well, trust science. We're not going to look because we know they're right. That's the same thing. And the right's doing the same thing right now. And they both have been the entire time. And so what he's saying is you got these people pouring through every type of, like if they perceive it to be some kind of Democrat false flag, or I don't know, some kind of Palestinian secretly trying to smuggle through the southern border. But then, oops, it becomes connected to Israel and we all run away from it and never talk about it again. I've just talked about that. Same thing, right? That they shield themselves to it when it comes up against what they don't want you to admit, or as St. Clair was just saying, it feels like it's going to brush up against a topic that the circle doesn't like right now. He goes on to say, anyone who takes a political side is not alternative and not even a journalist, not least those that turn up at Mar-a-Lago, summon a private jet to feast on the Trump dollar, and then claim to be independent. The fake alternative has been the Trump-Musk promotion team and promoted to be so. In many ways, provably. They need to be held to account as this disaster for America unfolds and what it is really about. The technocratic AI takeover becomes ever clearer. Well said. Now here's Elon Musk saying, and this person just shares one you've seen before. It says strangulation by regulation, which totally real. Except the difference is what they're doing is pointing to regulations that strangle you and your business and your small, but then remove large regulations that help their billionaire buddies and their large corporations continue to pollute your water or steal from you, or that's what is actually happening. Now, maybe a little bit of both, but the overarching point is if you're going to start to remove regulations for what, like think of the things we talk about when it comes to health, when it comes to pollution and big businesses and dioxins and PFAS and all these things we're talking about. And that's only one side of a regulation conversation. There's plenty of other ways to look at it. But nonetheless, if you're going to remove something like that, but allow the government to continue their monopolistic practices and continue their fascistic overlap with these companies, which we see, then all you're really doing is removing some, even though I don't think they actually care, or there's no enforcement really for these companies, but nonetheless, you're just simply kind of putting into law what already happens, which is what they don't care. They're going to pollute. They're going to do what they want. And, it's all best for jobs and business or whatever they're going to say. But what I'm talking about would be how about just the government goes away? But see, that's just too much. People wrap their mind around. But the point is, the middle ground is how this tends to work, and they do it in the benefit of their circle, which is the government, the elitists, the oligarchy. But that's what it says. The real threat to democracy is the bureaucracy, which I agree with. And Elon says, we live in a bureaucracy, not a democracy. That will change after January 20th, right? When more unelected bureaucrats like Elon himself take more power than ever, because that's going to change it all, right? It's just silly. These are words and narratives. Right now, there are more billionaires than ever in any. It's unprecedented how many billionaires are in Trump's administration. There's never been with this many billionaires. That's an oligarchy if I've ever seen it, wrapped up in a Zionist technocracy. But to just look at that and realize that you have foreign elements, you've got unelected elements. This is the most obvious example of what think about how wild that is, that you come out with a narrative that we're going to fight all of that and then don't even try to hide the exact opposite, and still somehow it goes forward. Because he says this, and that's all you need, apparently. I mean, I'm being facetious. I don't think the majority is falling for it, but some are seeing it that way. Now, Dr. Simon Godek points this out. What's happening on this platform is absolutely insane, he says. And I think this was the second, so it is today. He says accounts opposing an extremist political ideology in the Middle East are being demonetized. Those who openly call for genocide keep their blue checks, right? So he's talking about Israel. And it's not the only thing happening, right? But we can see, like, Jake Shields was an example. He got demonetized. He got his check removed. I don't see Elon even giving you an explanation about that, even though he's a huge account. Interesting. But that's the point. You got people out there who are literally going, kill the children. There's nobody innocent, dancing around and having a gleeful moment about how they're killing everybody. I mean, this is not an opinion. This is everywhere. Like, you can't throw a stone right now, even on this platform, without hitting somebody praising genocide right now. Or maybe, in some cases explicitly, but plenty of examples where they're not going genocide good, but showing examples of children starving and laughing emojis, or, it's all over the place. And I'm not saying that should be censored. That's their disgusting free speech, whatever. That's their disgusting. That's what I don't know how I was going to frame that. That is what they're allowed, as anybody is, within the rights of free speech, right? It is what you want to say, however you think, bottom line. But that's what this platform is allowing. A British journalist, he says, working for an Israeli alternative news outlet, in quotes, who only opposes mass immigration when it involves Muslims, is being elevated by major voices here. Same ones we're talking about. Despite supporting the slaughter of Palestinians and having a story riddled with inconsistencies, right? But this, just like we're going to get into with the cars, the truck driver, we now have examples I'm sure you all have seen, and we'll get to it, about both individuals connected to Fort Bragg, both of them getting the cars from the same place, both of them are same company, both of them having EV cars, right? And just before all that even became understood, the immediate narrative was Islamic attack, jihadist, is invading immigration, when almost none of that has a factor in this. We're going to get to the ISIS flag and the lie and what that means, as we know what actually that represents and who actually funds and controls that element. But either way, that it's interesting how that just kind of got patched together still. And we're still pushing that. A lot of them came out early and said, like, because Biden came out and said, white supremacy is the biggest threat, which is, you just fell right for the bait as usual, right? And obviously that's not true. I mean, I think that's my whole point about how 30 seconds ago, a lot of you with your red hats were being called white supremacists, being called anti-Semites, even by the Zionist community. And now they just turn right around and shove you in the back and you're calling them anti-Semites. Funny how easy that is. That's not the majority. I'm talking about team sport politics. But interestingly, though, you can see how this continues to work, right? In this point about, I mean, all of this seems to be driving this same idea, despite how the narrative falls apart afterward. To understand the idea of weaponized migration, if you haven't watched the show in the past, is it's indisputably a real thing. It is historically documented in many ways. Israel's been proven to have done this in the past. I think it's quite transparent that they're basically openly saying it in many ways. They're doing this now, both in Europe and the United States. And you got the Republican elements of this pointing to anybody else. In fact, pointing at the people they're telling you are being used and saying they're the problem. They're weaponizing themselves to get people to attack Muslims. It doesn't make any sense. Certainly anything's possible. But in the case we're seeing is that despite there being a white man from Fort Bragg, which we'll get into the narratives and the possibilities of whether he was used and so on, but it's easy, but the narrative continues. And my point was that so Biden comes out and says that about the white supremacy, and many of these counts come out and so, but it's a ISIS flag jihadist terrorist attack, right? And all of a sudden it's going, oh, wait, one of them's a white guy. Oh, wait, this guy has a different name and is brown, but looks like he comes from a military base, was born in the United States. Funny how that changes the story, but the narrative continues. We're being attacked by Iran. We're being attacked by Palestinians all over this conversation. That's my point. And this is interesting because he says a British journalist who is feigning to be in the community fighting for the truth opposes the same conversation, but only when it's Muslims. That seems like it matters, right? Because if it's really about just immigration, then it wouldn't be a specific color. But see, there is a racist vein in a lot of this conversation. I don't think it's the majority. He goes, many prominent accounts argue that being demonetized is simply the natural consequence of holding the wrong opinions about certain countries and ideologies. Now, look, I understand the idea of ads, which, by the way, is exactly the point. And I asked the same question about why these same advertisers who work with YouTube and every other choke point Rumble has, why they don't seem to care about those kind of ad conversations with Rumble. Right? Maybe they've got their own deal. Maybe they've got some secret way to stop them from censoring. I don't know. But it is interesting to me that you can have the same setup, and yet it's a different world where YouTube's over here going, we're going to allow advertisers say, which I don't think that's what's driving it, quite frankly. And I think that's what, I worry that that's going to happen the same with the platform that has all the same choke points. I hope not. But the idea being that you understand why an advertiser would be like, well, it's their prerogative, right? I don't want to advertise on these things. Okay, well, that doesn't mean you have to demonetize. You can say, well, they're going to openly not choose you, and so you might not get as much money, which is basically what Rumble does for the most part. Because it's just all scattered, impossible to know. I'll get a million views in a video and get 10 cents from it. It's quite frankly, I find it to be dishonest, but that's my opinion. But overall, you understand that. Advertisers can choose that. But the difference is where the platform comes into play, right? And now these people on these platforms, like these larger accounts that are clearly, I think, have an agenda and all of this, are just going, well, that's the way it works. You can't just say what you want and expect to get. Well, guys, how did we get here that fast? The same people who are telling us absolute free speech and he's saving it all are now making excuses for censorship. Whatever element of it you think it is. Again, that's within the context I explained earlier of just the platform and what he promised. That is not what he promised, whether financial or not. And we all know that. He says, this is clown world. You can absolutely despise radical Islam and everything tied to it, but with even a basic understanding of history and causality, it's obvious that Muslims aren't behind the Great Replacement theory, the endless wars in the Middle East, woke culture, the LGBTQ agenda, or the open border policies. I mean, how could you even make that argument? See, this is my point about the immigration point, where they point to the people coming in and make the argument that these are people that are, like, the argument is that, I guess the general point about the Great Replacement or whatever is that these people are being used, or even talk of weaponized migration. But then these same accounts will turn around and call them as, they'll frame them as the problem. Now, in a way, you could say that they're that is the embodiment of a problem, but they are individuals being used, even by your own narrative in other contexts. So shouldn't we try to find out who's playing them instead of blaming them, as opposed, which I think is part of a racist element to the conversation? I mean, either way, the bottom line is I think you can prove that there is something. And you could, if it makes you feel better, you talk about China. Because that was a whole thing before all of this. Michael Yon and plenty of others, justifiably so, talking about China's agendas and destabilizing the country. And now we see things like this start to happen. And what's the point? What's the conversation? Debate. Muslims invading our country. And it's just like, that's exactly what you were telling. You get it. It's just, it doesn't, I think that's the problem is that now the larger grouping of this is seeing what we're talking about, but you still have these large influencers just dragging this dead body along. And I think that's what we're talking about earlier. They just, it's not working. Things are falling apart. I think that has to do with a lot of different examples. COVID, Zionism falling apart, the genocide, plenty of other things that have kind of one by one kind of decoupled, derailed their control over these narratives. He goes on to say, free speech and open debate are supposed to thrive on this platform, but the reality is far from it. Many accounts refuse, and this is the important part, refuse to criticize certain ideologies, countries, or agendas, not because they agree, but out of fear they could be the next to face censorship or demonetization. Now, not everybody doesn't have to have the same mindset. I'm not going to begrudge somebody for wanting to make money with what they do, but if you're out there putting yourself forward as a free speech warrior and you're fighting for, then you do that, well, that's hypocrisy. I have a very low opinion of that in general, obviously. But if you go out there and you just having fun talking about stuff, I mean, you do what you want. If you want to, it's not everybody's job to go out there and fight for what they believe. I mean, I'd like to think that's the case, but I know it's not. Some people just want to have fun, want to do their thing. I'm not going to begrudge that. So that's the difference, though. We know there's people that are using this field or the idea of fighting for these things to then make money this way and then pulling punches everywhere. Frankly, I think that's half this field today. And it says, the climate of intimidation stifles genuine discussion and turns debates into performative echo chambers. And this is my point about what they're doing with these platforms. This is by design. We are being experimented on. It says, if we can't speak freely without fearing financial or social retaliation, this platform has failed its most fundamental purpose. It's well put. So here's an interesting thing that I wanted to at least point to. Now, I'm going to go through this further. I think it's just an interesting conversation. Teachers for Choice shared this, saying this is very, very important thread. Now, if you remember, let me see if they've gotten their stuff back. It looks like, so Stu Peters and Laura Loomer. I mean, just to be honest, these are two of the people that I have the lowest opinion of on this platform for the most part, they have been demonetized and their blue checks have been removed. Well, let me say this. I know Laura's been demonetized and her check's been removed. As far as I know, Stu just has his check removed, but I think it's kind of the same conversation, right? Now, what's interesting is in a space where Laura was on, where she basically was just going, please tell me what to do so I can get my stuff back. Just even though they censored her, even though she's calling them out, she goes in going, I want back in. I just has to show you who these people are. But they let go in that conversation that she had over 200,000 subscribers. I mean, take a second and think about that. I mean, I think $1 is the minimal, right? So at minimum, that's $200,000 a month. Just take a second to digest. That's crazy. And what that means is that these people are being paid to essentially, and through what we just described, right? So whether you even realize it or not, your $200,000 paycheck is on the line, which is just absolutely mind-boggling to me. You are going to fall in line when it matters. Doesn't that seem wild? I just think that can you imagine what TLAV could be like today if we had a fraction of that? But the point is, I would never compromise my integrity or what we do and the objective nature of it just to make money, even if it gave me the freedom to do more, because that is not what it's not what I believe in. And frankly, I think that is the death of what we do. But it says they're claiming their political speech is being censored, which it is. Simple. It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter the context. Like other than violating terms of service, which you could still argue they can write in terms of service things that would be anti-free speech. And I think that is already happening. But my point is, I don't think that's what's happening here, even though what they claim is what we're going to get into next. So you can decide. But regardless, the H-1B conversation comes out and then all this happens at the same time. So we're really going to believe that it's just coincidental that Elon decided to enforce a certain thing right after he got angry and went on a tantrum and deleted a bunch of people? I mean, that's just absurd. Obviously, they're interconnected. I think these were the reasons he came up with to justify what he did. And by the way, Laura Loomer is back on the platform. She was removed. Now she's back on. So if what we're going to read here is true, I think either way, it shows you that there's special treatment here, right? And if she eventually gets her check back, which is what she was begging for in that spaces, then it would show you that other people lost their entire accounts for far less. And they even said that in the conversation. So why does she not get the same treatment? Because there's a clear slant to this, guys. And it's not left and right, in my opinion. It's about something far different. Oh, making sure we cutting out. Looks like it dropped out a little bit. I'll keep going. But so it goes on to say, and the following thread claims that that's not why they're being demonetized. But remember, just like we just saw, the arguments are clearly being kind of patched together right now and provably in ways that are not accurate in order to kind of create a narrative that makes this seem like it wasn't what everybody thought or said. I disagree with that. But it says, according to the thread, there was a wide network of conservative influencers secretly funded by a super PAC, thus violating monetization policy. Now, how much you want to bet that's like the vast majority of people in their inner circle? I mean, are we really going to not? I mean, guys, that it's just so, and maybe it's just not on paper somewhere. The reality is, frankly, I don't even know at the end of the day why that would even make a difference. I mean, there's so many interconnected political associations. Like that one matters, but not like being. I mean, you get what I'm saying. Like whether you're part of the current White House inner circle, like there's so many different points to this. Or that you have a job that pays you that might influence what you might say. I mean, it's the same kind of thing. Like I get it. That's very clearly politically influencing what they might say. But nonetheless, the point is that I think it's being selectively applied right now to make a point, even though there's probably a lot more of that. But aside from all of that, what this really highlights is this same, like it's the tenant media point. It's what we just saw. What was the other one? We just saw another one kind of fizzle out. But basically where people are being exposed for being funded by political groups that are essentially driving, agendas that aren't necessarily about everyone just doing their job, about, informing you about what's going on in the world. And so this says, and this is Greg Boldine who did this breakdown. He says, secret payouts, conservative PAC bypasses transparency on X. Now it says this conservative OG account, 435,000 followers, has lost their organizational verification and exposed their network. It says, part one, polarizing and provocative social media influencer, Loomer, doxed. This is what the conversation is, this guy apparently. Now, I listened to what they were saying, and ultimately the point is that she did, and everybody, including whether you think and Dittman or whatever is Elon or not, it's just, pretty much is exactly the same speech impediments and whatever. You don't even care. But the point, though, is that he was speaking and basically running the space, which is about Elon and Twitter, and somehow has internal knowledge about how the process would go, and totally lines up. But anyway, the point is that's who she was talking with, and basically they were just calling her out, like, you did this, we know you did this, and she essentially posted this guy's information and claims that she kind of fogged it out or made it blurry, but left in a huge section that clearly showed personal information. And she goes, I didn't mean to, and I made a mistake. I don't believe it either. Frankly, I know how dishonest she is. I don't think that's the case. I think she wanted this person to be attacked. And that's my personal opinion. And I think it's the obvious point is, and this is after she was making racial comments about Indians and so on. I mean, this is all around this conversation. And everyone being honest about it has seen her make a million different, very disgusting comments about different people when she wanted to. Now, the point is you have the right to say whatever you want, but they're saying she doxed that person. And this is Donald Trump's pick for senior policy advisor for artificial intelligence on Christmas Day. That's the job he got, which again, policy advisor for AI and all the different things, just where they're going is very transparent. But it says this post violated Twitter's policies and Loomer's verification badge was removed. Now it says this is, was it this? Oh, I thought he had the link in here. Anyways, this was the image of the space. It says this spin began quickly as the OG account and affiliates realized their entire operation was compromised. Laura and the affiliates began a space on Twitter to discuss, this was December 27th, blaming Elon for censorship over immigration posts. And he says this was dishonest representation. He says the lapse in journalism and journalist integrity exposed conservative and organization holding Loomers and at least 50 other influencer badges as their affiliate. Now it says they took to Twitter and created an H-1B narrative and distracted from the larger story. Why did the organization and affiliates exist? Now it says basically the point is that there's this I don't think there's anything wrong with people choosing to work together, right? But at the end of the day, it's not divulged, right? This is like a background interconnected kind of, and what he's saying is funded by some kind of super PAC political. So look, if you're being funded by a political group and then writing about these things, you're not a journalist. Right. I mean, that is you being paid, or at the very least, you have conflicts of interest from a political agenda, which very clearly then filters through her work. I mean, this is more of what we're dealing with in the very clearly the new mainstream alternative media, but in even independent and everything else. I think we're seeing a lot of this. And I think the problem is a lot of the people that I would say, the independent media itself. In this field, it's a struggle every day to try to make this work because you're constantly being stepped on. And so I see people then get offered something they don't recognize. It's easy to fall into that trap, which is why I'm so incredibly skeptical of anything like coming like that, where I want to know, which again, Tim Pool, I argue, just didn't care to look, or maybe didn't care with the tenant media point. But that's the idea that people just let it go and make money. And the point is that you just choose to ignore it. But the point on this is that it seems this was a known influence. Now it says this led many to question how many influencers they had and what they were paid to do. Many looked for those who lost their verification status. Names quickly emerged. Loomer was obvious, but many others were not, such as Gavin Mario Wax, it says, who got his back apparently. Other accounts in the space, or Owen Schroyer, Chief Trumpster, Chief Trumpster, Cassandra Rules, Isabella Moody, Jack Unheard, Raw News Alerts. It says, I discovered more in the circle, previous affiliates that ended their association and those rejected based on their impressions. It says, this led to the obvious question, who is Conservative OG and why did they have affiliates like Loomer and Isabella Maria DeLuca and a, quote, journalism stable of influencers? I mean, I find that also very interesting. No, I guess you could make an argument where there's a world where this is not deceptive. It's just that they saw people they liked and wanted to fund them. I mean, that's certainly possible. But I think it's important to think about how clearly this is being done today, like with the tenant media overlap, where you could see that there are organized efforts to sort of corral and control the narratives. I mean, I think that's what Twitter and what they're doing in a large way actually is. But it's important to think about how much this is taking over this conversation. Now, it just goes on to show money. And this is actually an interesting point about this, basically showing that the website, Conservative OG, is owned by this guy, Jake Little, and co-founded by Gregory Disser. It says their website redirects to a Kerry committee hybrid super PAC. The custodian of the record shows Greg Disser as active treasurer. Donations came from Conservative LLC in, $1,000, $500, and so on. Then it says, and the expenditures money was funded directly back to Conservative LLC. Well, that's interesting. And then it says, so they're donating and then taking it back. Sounds like that seems like an illusion. Now it says, in an election year, how did this PAC and others like it influence messaging on social media, Twitter, Instagram? Democrat influencers like Harry Sisson, were paid $13,000 by Democrat Democracy Defense Action in 2024, and previously were paid by Midas Touch. Midas Touch is another Kerry committee hybrid super PAC paying for Democrat influence. So hopefully you might at least consider what this might begin to show, that we're seeing these, I mean, arguably even the same thing doing this on both sides of the paradigm. That is wild. And it really does begin to show you this very engineered, controlled, I mean, everything, even the back, left and right, back and forth. And they may not even know that. It says the conservative influencers linked to OG have been critical of the payment for posts to accounts like Sisson while hypocritically facilitating the same culture. But maybe they don't know that, which is certainly possible. But the point is they're over here going, that's paid and she's being paid to do this and that's crazy, that's dishonest. And some of them doing that were ones that were in this conservative circle doing the same thing. Very important to think about. Now it says, I think that was it really. You can read on for more. That was the main point that I wanted to make. And then the point that I find it really fascinating here that we have money going in from the conservative LLC and then they take it back out and send it back to themselves. Like, there's something very strange going on here. I mean, in a way, you could argue that might look like money laundering or something else. I don't know. I'm not saying that's happening, but I'm saying that ultimate point is it's a red flag. Why would you donate to yourself and then put it back in your account and continue to do that? It's very interesting. Now, either way, this is an interesting overlap. Because so the point being, if Loomer and Peters and the rest are doing something that arguably would violate terms of service, even if they're not applying it to everybody else who's probably doing the same thing, I think that shows an effort to find an excuse that might hold water while you just got caught with everybody can see doing exactly what we saw. So maybe it applies. Maybe they are. I mean, that's what it seems to show is they are part of this inner circle and that would technically, by his point, violate their monetization policy. But are we really going to pretend there's not many other people right around Elon Musk that are directly tied or funded by these groups or other super PACs? I think we know that's not true. Nonetheless, interesting development, right? Because now Loomer and the rest, especially if they don't get back their information, which they're million followers, which by the way, the fact that either of these people have over 1 million followers just makes me sick. or they hit 762, not because of anything other than I know they're deceiving people. But at the end of the day, that's a lot amount of following. That's a huge amount of influence that is going to get more rabid the more that they feel boxed out. I think that's interesting, and it's going to show, I mean, a lot will begin to develop, I think. Oh, and by the way, I just thought this was interesting. Now, this is the thing I keep seeing about Twitter in general, I think anyway, is that, like I've said before, and be clear, I very much do not think it's the majority, but it's about trying to, like, the Pied Piper dynamic. I think it was clear that they've laid out this narrative, just the government, about what you would be if Twitter was owned by Elon. All this fear hype about what it will be, how it will change everything, right? And I think the game was about trying to literally do that, like drive you to be what they said you would be. And in some cases, that's happening. But I think people like this, possibly, like a Peters, for example, I think that's what they're there to do. To basically be like, so what we would do in the independent media, cover something objectively, right? And cover like Zionism, for example. And then yet you get the person like this coming out and making the same narrative, or same argument at the top, and then immediately making it about Jewish people or whatever else, whatever topic you want to take, taking the real point, but then, derailing it into something that caused it to be ignored. The frogs are gay dynamic, the same thing. And I think that's what these people are there for. That's my opinion. And so my point is stuff like this. So what did they say you'd become? What did they say you were on this platform? A bunch of white supremacists and Nazis and anti-Semites, right? That was the whole thing. And that this is only going to get worse if we allow that to be the case, which is not what's going on this platform. In fact, it is, though, on the side of Zionists, very clearly being the exact same thing, even saying the same things. But that's not, we're not going to ignore, we're going to ignore all that. Here, you've got Stu Peters posting this on, today, in fact. And it says, the Jefferson County Courthouse in Birmingham, Alabama is the most based courthouse in America. You know why he says that? He goes on to circle swastikas that are on the post, which technically are not actually what he thinks they are, even if that's what they meant when they put them there, because I wouldn't be surprised if Alabama put them there for obvious past overlaps. But interesting. So he says, look, there's swastikas. That's how cool they are. Like, I mean, I very genuinely don't think that's even a large portion of the conservative side of the conversation. I think this is a very obvious way, like we see with the Patriot Front and these Nazi marches, probably the ADL, which is what they've been caught doing in the past in Chicago and elsewhere, legitimately. That these are people that are selling you on this, like trying to drive people into this, and they're the ones trying to trap you in the false narratives. This is my opinion. But I just think that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, look, and getting very low engagement, by the way. This is from earlier today. 57, or actually, let's update it. Maybe it went up more. 141, 10,000 views. Go look at anything else he puts on this platform. Hell of a lot more engagement. It seems interesting to me. So what is his objective here? So just think about that, guys, as I think they're trying to drive you in to being what they want to claim you are, and you're not. And I think a lot of the world is beginning to come to terms with that. Like the reality, like I know a lot of people that would consider themselves Democrats, but are still willing to hear what I have to say, like a lot of conservatives. But yet, and you bring this conversation up, and they just don't even agree with that. Like they know, like I would or anybody else would. They see the examples, but they don't think, just by and large, the red hat, MAGA, or conservatives, or any element of it are just racist because that's the group. That is the inner, what would you call it? That's the group that gets highlighted on the news and gets pointed out to you, gets shoved on social media. So you think that's everything, right? Or you get a bunch of pedophile Democrats and a bunch of Nazi Republicans, and that's all you get. That's the whole picture. It's just, some people fall into that, but I really don't think most people do. Now, on that note, since we brought it up about the image, it's important just to know these things, right? The one on the left is the Buddhist symbol. Or one of example. I mean, I think historically it's pretty much connected back to the Buddhist example, but it's been used around the world. That very much predates the Nazi example, which is on the right. Now, the point is today that it's basically nobody knows the difference, so nobody even dares to use it, even for a good reason. Because the one on the left, because it would be seen as like the Stu Peters example. Whether or not Alabama uses it for a negative thing, that he doesn't seem to be aware that there's a difference. That's exactly the point. But the best way to look at it, and this is actually written out over here, is that the different direction, right? So if it's going counterclockwise, that is the Buddhist example. If it's going clockwise, that is the Nazi example, as well as the cross versus the axe. or the cross versus the plus sign. So on the Buddhist example, right, because it's level, it's a plus. On the Nazi example, it is at an angle, so it makes a cross, and that's the whole iron. The cross example was the Nazi thing. Now, you can look this up, by the way, if people don't know that. That's basically what it explains right here. Now, I would probably avoid using it just because people would not be aware of that. Nonetheless, that's just important to understand because facts matter. The truth is important. Now, before we get past this, let's talk a little bit about what the continued, like, I don't know what you would call it, the de-evolution, or rather just the continued falling apart of what is being seen with the Trump picks and where they're going with this administration. Just one by one, the examples are being shown that they are not, it's just not what's been promised. Just like last time, by the way. But here's World Alternative Media saying Trump invited pandemic tyrant Scott Morrison to his New Year party. This is the guy who got camps built. But keep burying your head in the sand. Nothing to see here. I mean, it's a party. And of course, there'll be excuses for why that's just a party and everyone can go. But you know as well as I, if it was Biden or Kamala, everybody there would be an implication to them, which, there's both sides of the argument that matter. That's the objective reality. Him being there might mean nothing. Maybe he just maybe invited everybody he knew, or maybe that he showed up and didn't get an invitation. But at the same time, it should also be considered that it matters. Right, but it's just funny how we know the partisan plays. It matters if it or it doesn't based on their choice. But it's important to recognize the guy who still praises the shot to this very day as being life-saving, even though it's killing people to this day, invites the guy who did the same for everybody in Australia, right? And this is what we continue to see, the opposite of what we're being told. And on that same note, this is from the 29th. Hope you saw this already. Representative Mike Johnson will be reelected as Speaker of the House, says Representative Mike Lauer. Now, if you didn't know, Trump tapped him. Trump is the one who said, I want him to be that position. Now, as I said, and Trump endorses the better word, endorses him after all that happened with the spending bill. How many more ways can you be shown that you are being played? I'm talking pretty much ubiquitously. I shouldn't say there's always different opinions, but throughout the conservative conversation after the spending bill fiasco, it was like, Mike just showed us who he is. It's very transparent. Now we know. Let's move forward. Let's pick somebody good. Go. He's not MAGA. He's a rhino. It was everywhere. And yet, here we are. So, and of course, the argument is, well, he knows something, or, so the point is, it doesn't really matter about principles or the facts or what you believe. If Trump does it, we'll make it make sense. Same point for the other side, right? This is how it always goes. Problem is, this guy is, before even the spending bill, most of the inner circle of the Trump conversation was saying this guy is not real. This guy is a problem. Even though they were flying together and having great times together. Well, and then the same point, as Andrea Lynn points out, and this is what we saw after that. It says, we are so back. The Jab Father, Captain Brainchip, and Rhino Mike are the dream team. The deep state is frightened. Hashtag make Israel great again. I just don't know why those that are holding out can't see what this shows them. Now, after all that, Posobiec comes out. So it's not just the censorship. It's not just all that. That's I think what triggered this reaction. But so it started to really implode. More than I've ever seen, major influential accounts in conservative circles were saying, okay, we've been played. Elon is censoring people. Trump is tapping this or joining with that. And it just very clearly starting to, the line had been crossed. I think we all saw it. And on top of that, the conversation is about how people have been infiltrating this administration. Technocrats, Zionists. We've been screaming. In fact, we were saying this before this election. And so all of a sudden, after this really starts to implode, Mr. Intelligence comes out, Jack Posobiec, and says, we're totally infiltrated. Very insightful, Jack. I'm glad you're paying attention. The point is, I don't think this is not an effort, in my opinion, to highlight what we've all been very transparently showing him and everybody else. It's about using it now as a stopgap, as a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. We got to stop the problem. And I simply said, and now they pivot to the next play. Funny how exactly what many tried to call attention to before the election is now the rationale for why we're here. All while they ignore the overt Zionist technocrat infiltrators still right in front of them. So how much you want to bet they're going to try to make it infiltrated by something other than the obvious that doesn't make Trump look bad? How much you want to bet? Either way, the point is that clearly they're now showing you what we've all been saying in order to, I think, justify something or cover something or like to move us beyond what has been ploding in front of you right now. That's what I think. As well as this. This is January 1st. It says, cut the BS, Jack writes. We need to have serious plans for securing the presidential inauguration, including National Guard deployment. This is beyond politics. This is American lives. So my point is, he decides to tweet this out like right in the middle of a massive conservative meltdown conversation. Like, everybody redirect, Democrats taking this. And, that's been Alex Jones' push. Again, today, in fact, I can see emergency broadcast like every other day. And it's coming. Democrats and their secret plan to destabilize, and they knew about the ISIS attack and all these different things. And despite the evidence of what ISIS really is, the Mossad and the United States government support for it, using it in Syria. I mean, guys, he sees this stuff. He knows this stuff. They've chosen a side. They are gaslighting for Elon and Trump. At this point, how in the world you're going to try to pivot to something that we can't even prove at this moment while you're watching this thing fall apart? That is not by accident. Quick. Democrats, bad guy, over there. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. That is my belief. So in that very conversation, right, as we're seeing all this continue to fall apart, I think what the larger point is where this is going and how they're going to begin to rationalize these steps. And I think a lot of us have been calling it out. A lot of conservatives are seeing it. Leading report on the 30th. Trump will bring back workplace raids for illegal immigrants, according to the border czar, Tom Homan. It's the entire conversation. And so what this comes to is using, which again is a very real conversation that should matter. That is, in my opinion, being very clearly driven by by outside entities. But then the point is how they choose to deal with that, or how they choose to execute the mass deportation if that happens. As he said, state of emergency, using the military, maybe even from overseas, which that means more than the National Guard. He said those things. But the point is that how do they use that on top of all those dangerous things? Artificial intelligence, biometric scans, digital ID. That's where this is going. And we all know that because they're telling you that. So I think this is very alarming, as he's now telling you that they're going to, I mean, even the idea of what? So you have a suspicion of somebody who might be an illegal immigrant, so you raid an entire business? I mean, guys, who in the world, conservatives or otherwise, are going to be okay with the way that goes down? If we're talking about the entire country in some mass effort, you'll be destabilizing everything. Now, I'm in no way am I saying like this, if somebody's breaking the law, that should matter. But let's also realize there are elements like with Rubio and others with the Venezuela side of it that have also been driving the same problem for their benefit. So it's not unique to one side of this conversation either. Now, here's Michael Tracy pointing out something interesting. This says, Trump reiterates his support of H-1B visas. Quote, he says, we need a lot of people coming in, which I've already gone over this. Now, there is a middle line to walk here where he's simply talking about high, the 0.01%, right? And how he said, but the point, to be clear, as Tracy himself covered, as most honest people have seen, in the beginning, it was no exceptions. Bad for everybody. Business, this hurts them. No exceptions. Yes, we can evolve our opinions. But the interesting timing is that he was pretty clear on that right up until Elon went the other direction. And then he came out and said, I've always supported them. Well, that's not true. And Alex Jones did what he does and said, see, he's always supported them, and just really said what Trump said. Yet we can literally see him on video and in statements written by his conversations. No exceptions. Bad for everybody. So he hasn't always supported them. That's just partisan dishonesty for clear personal agendas. But regardless, the lie about always supporting him, which he does about damn near everything, it seems, aside, the point is that there's a conversation about the top 0.1% versus everybody or how they abuse it. But see, what's interesting is a lot of conservatives are the ones now calling out that Vivek, or more specifically, Elon Musk and his Tesla company, have abused this exact program and have continued to do so. And yet you have a lot of high-level Republicans who pretend like that's not provable because it hurts their agenda. And that is the what I was talking about earlier. Now you got conservatives, they're like, that I just can't handle that. That makes me very uncomfortable. And so now I've got a problem because it shows you something I just didn't want to see, the dishonesty at the highest level when they're the ones telling you they're fighting people like that. So as Tracy writes, isn't it odd that Trump holds a position that is extremely anathema, the opposite of, the exact diametric opposite of too many right-wing voters? And it basically never came up in the 2024 campaign. That is interesting. Reason, he says, his opinion, right-wing media is commercially dependent on kissing Trump's butt, such that his actual policy positions go unscrutinized. Well, yeah, I would completely agree, as well as with the left. Now, as Tracy has his own blind spots for the party he aligns with, same point. But I would agree with this. And I would say it's the exact same dynamic on any side of this. It's just the way your government operates and the political people that it manipulates. That's what I think. Either way, it's important to highlight that exact point, that the people in these inner circles are unwilling to challenge these things. We have to be able to see that by now. Now, this is what I genuinely think this leads to. I'll include the articles from Derek. Federal government watchdog warns the DHS surveils Americans without a warrant using more than 20 technologies right now. This is written on the 20th of December. And this is drones, all the stuff we're dealing with right now, as they're on now trying to rush through, as Rand Paul covered, drone legislation. And he makes the clear point that under the guise of fighting whatever mysterious drone thing they pushed on you that no one seems to want to talk about anymore without any real explanation, which shows you that there's a clear agenda around it from the partisan side, then ultimately we're going to fight them using Palantir drones. Remember, they pushed out their tweets. They played the advertisement during the Navy game. Like, it's just so coordinated. But ultimately, that he showed Rand Paul that the bill, they could use these drones to scoop up information from your phones, take biometric scans. How is that fighting the drones? See, they're using you. And the point is that even Rand Paul has the ability to call that out. And we have to see, and the point was there's a lot of people in this conversation that were driving fear-monger, fear-based, unverified information, and that's what it led to. And they might not even know what they're doing. Maybe they just want that Twitter paycheck. Nonetheless, they have a right to do it, but you need to see what's actually happening, at least as I see it. And Derek is going to be following up this article. Apparently, there's a development with the NSO group. But he says, meet the spyware companies preparing to unleash their tech during Trump's second term. It's all being laid out. And this is about spyware. And the clear point of this is almost 50% of the market in the world is Israeli spyware, directly connected to their intelligence apparatus. And these things are rolled out like chicken pox across the map in this country right now. Whether it's the Carbine examples or which one? I mean, there's many examples of tech companies and different overlaps. There's one Whitney was just talking about. I'm trying to remember. Hospitals was one of them during the COVID-19 dynamic. All these different or nuclear reactor discussions. I mean, these are not jokes, by the way. Now, it's not on the paper that it's Israel, the government, but it is without question these tech startup entities that are given this access, even though on the record, as I've shown you in our article, The Prince and the Spy, that Whitney highlights from one of these articles, they state that we act in the interest of the U.S. government, even when we're beyond that position. And so now you have these people who have influence should Israel decide to press that, or maybe through long-term efforts, get some kind of Mossad agent in the position of that company. I mean, all these are very real things the CIA does all around the world. And then what? Then they have the ability to shut down, or even worse, something with a nuclear reactor, or shut down your hospital dynamics, or, suppress 911 call centers. I mean, all these things sound crazy to some people, but it's certainly possible, and we've seen what they're capable of. And the point with this Zionist pact administration, get ready for his second term, as well as the one we referenced earlier. You can't hide was a direct quote from the National Reconnaissance Office that Elon Musk, through SpaceX, is working with to build the world's largest spy satellite network. And he says verbatim, quote, "Now you can't hide because you're constantly being looked at." That's what they're building around you, around the world, for that matter. Why is that not alarming to conservatives who thought they were fighting that? It's just wild to me. Now, Conrad Misty makes a point. I'll read what Kerry said first. Lots of people are going on about January 20th. Can't come soon enough. How Daddy Trump is going to fix it all when he takes power. Aside from mountains of evidence from Trump's first administration and current appointments suggesting he has no interest in, quote, saving America, the mentality that some politician and his lackeys are going to make all your problems go away and magically make government virtuous and magically make government virtuous is as submissive, weak, and propagandized as it gets. I'll read what Misty says. I absolutely adore Carrie and all that she does. I think she's fantastic. And then she goes on, and I think I have that right here. Yeah, I'll go to that next. So basically, Comrade Misty simply says, super grateful for Carrie and others like Whitney. And this is just a thought who's written for TLAV. Hopefully she's going to write some more. Derek Bros and TLAV. And she says, I'm feeling like I feel like I'm living in an insane asylum at times. And that's I think very much by design. That's why, and during COVID-19, if you remember, if you might have crossed paths with us in real life, we made these bracelets that had TLAV on them, but it simply said, you're not alone. That was it. We were throwing those out like candy to everybody we saw. And the point is, you're not alone. And felt like that for some people because they didn't have the circles. They didn't realize that. I still think it's transparently clear at this point. The majority of people saw it in some way or another. They were uncomfortable with it, but most of that group got forced back into it for some reason. Their job, threats, their children. But nonetheless, I think we can see nonpartisan. People saw it. And that's the thing, is they want you to think you're crazy. You're the only one. You're the one. So don't say anything about it because you'd be laughed at. It's just not true. And so she goes on to say after that, next 4 years, meme stolen from a Twitter account, can't remember which one, so let me know if it's yours. And it says, at least it's not Democrats. It's just the same old thing. At least it's not Democrats. Right? If that makes you happy, like your worldview has now become lesser of evils in everything you do, well, get ready for a nonstop decline into evil. Because that's what that creates. Sure works out for evil, though, doesn't it? Now, let's talk about the fog conversation, because I think this is interesting. Now, I haven't gotten into this a lot because I obviously, I was talking about this, it might have been on Steve's show. I forget, but my point that it is what it is because it's the reality of the field right now. But it is such a detriment. It is such a problem. And I think that is actually, I think, by design, because people don't want to get into it because it just seems so, it's a cluster F, man. It is nonsense out there to try to discern the truth on these platforms. But that's what I do. It's what what you guys support me for. So that's my job, but even myself, so when this started, I see this story and it's the same way. If you're watching this stuff, if you have your alerts, whatever else, you just see these things just rip across the social media sphere like wildfire in hours, and always the same usual suspect accounts. That doesn't always mean it's fake, but it's interesting when you see that. And then you have other stories like, for example, Conyers, Georgia, which it seems to apparently have ended up as the largest dioxin release in history, but we don't care about that because there's no partisan draw. Wild to me. Absolutely mind-blowing. But here we are where you get fog, and it becomes this crazy story that takes over the conversation. And there's plenty of reasons, and I'll go through it, why you should not just dismiss the story, but it doesn't mean it's not just fog. Like, it's very interesting. Now, I actually wasn't able to find something that I wanted to include today that I'll try to find somewhere wherever I put it and follow up on it. And I'll just say it now that, there's very clear historic conversations about this like anomalous thing like this, of essentially, long story short, examples that go back into like the 1800s or well through, or the UK and the United States, where you have these examples of some kind of mysterious fog that rolls in, and then reports come around of people getting sick from it. And take it for whatever that means. There are clear historical examples of that. Now, that doesn't have to mean that could still mean that's something being done to you. Hard to think of it going back that far, but who knows? The point is that it's interesting nonetheless. So now that we see this happening today, just first point, obviously, it could be just fog. I've seen things that I think are, I got away from my point I was making first. We'll get into that. It could be this, could be that. My point was that in the field where it's being so constantly muddied by old videos, for example, some old video from 2 years ago that has no bearing on what's going on now, or somebody throwing something in the sky and using a flashlight and going, oh my God, what's happening? And then people show it because people on these accounts, as they know, are not checking this stuff. They're scooping up every weird video they have, putting it in a compilation and going, look at what's going on with the fog, which, again, maybe they don't care about the truth. Maybe they're doing it because they're having fun. And I'm not going to begrudge somebody for that. It's your prerogative. But there are people out there that we're the new media that are just doing the same thing, scooping up whatever they can, getting a lot of influence on it. And then in many cases, as I actually saw one with, I think it's the something apes account, one of those great, one of the main circle of Elon Musk supporter type accounts, who made a big post about some of this stuff. It turned out to be not the truth, and they just deleted it, which is what they do a lot. And all of a sudden there's no, it's not no addressing it, no saying I was wrong about that, because that's how that works. Rapid fire, and you ultimately just take what you get. That's propaganda at the end of the day, especially because you're not checking this stuff. So my point of all of that is to say that for me, it becomes this kind of like, even when things feel like there's something to it, I'm like more hesitant than ever because I feel like there's so much like deliberate deception in order to try to trap people into these narratives. It's so knowing that is real, because it really is, it becomes a lot more difficult to parse these things out. And so think about somebody, an average new person trying to get into the field, just trying to figure it out. Like, that's designed to be confusing. And you know what that does? You fall back into the general consensus. And that's what Twitter is building right now more than ever, is the normal allowed opinion. Like, they're almost shrinking the Overton window in a very interesting way while talking about crazy things, but still kind of like, this is where you're allowed to. It's very weird how this is working. But so let's get into this in general again. So the fog point. So obviously, first point is it could just be fog. And then my point, like I said before, that's just kind of bolstered with a whole bunch of fake information and misinterpretations, in many cases, honest ones. Like, they think this is crazy, or, you hold a flashlight up to fog and you never did before, or look at all these particles. Well, guys, that's what fog looks like with a flashlight. If you've never done that before, that might seem weird to you, especially when you see some viral thing going around, like they call it social contagion, where everyone starts doing it and all of a sudden everyone's going, yeah, look at that. And it takes you a day to realize that that's actually just how mist looks in the white. But there are plenty of examples of things that are not mist, things that are, at least reported. And that's the second layer of it, that maybe they're lying about it. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they're misinterpreting something, but something that doesn't involve moisture, which I'll show you in a second. You can't have fog without moisture, period. That's pretty obvious. There's many different ways it can be created, and it doesn't just have to be what we kind of generally accept as the normal, but it needs moisture. And so if you're in these positions where it's like a sunny day, for example, which I saw in one of those videos, and it just rolls out and, it seems unlikely. And then those, again, posting these and saying there's no moisture, I just don't, I wouldn't just say that's not possible, but how do we know? How do we verify that? Because those are the only ones that, for me, start to go, okay, if that's true, then it opens the door to something pretty interesting. But how do I know? Especially since historically, you see every time now, even sometimes stories that just kind of just fizzle out and turn out to be completely false. And so then you waste all your time on it. It's frustrating. But so the other part of it, okay, it could be something like an attack, right? This could be some new weapon. I don't know why anybody would just dismiss things like that. That seems irresponsible. But of course, we wouldn't report that unless we had evidence to back it up, which a lot of people are doing as they report their half-cocked theories, which, again, that's your prerogative. I myself like to err on the side of facts and objectivity. Or it could be something, as we're going to get into, if just because it's an important conversation, but that would obviously overlap with something like this, some example of a nanotechnology discussion or a smart dust. But my gut right now tells me that this is a hype story that is ultimately being used to water down very real conversations. For example, like a weaponized, for example, historically Operation Sea Spray, if you haven't looked it up before, is an example of the U.S. government, and we now know it as a fact, it's been reported plenty of times over, used a biological agent in order to test whether or not we were susceptible to it. That's their narrative anyway. Well, somebody died. Many people got sick. They did it over San Francisco Bay. So I think there's a lot of examples of historically U.S. government doing exactly that. So it's not something to be dismissed. But there's any number of other things you could possibly, think about right now. But let's get into what we can see, and you guys can decide for yourselves. Now, first, what I found very interesting. So here is NWS Tampa Bay. It says fog, and this is, you can see Florida down here. Fog is the main weather impact expected for tonight and tomorrow. And this was on the 30th. So first point is just that I think it's interesting that if it was some kind of a thing, I find it hard to believe that they would report that it was coming. But unless that is part of the plan, they want you to talk about it, or just want you to expect it, even if it is a bad thing they're doing to you. But also consider that this is because they want you to think about it, talk about it, hype it. That's possible too. But just first point, they told you it was coming. Then, of course, when it was going on, same thing. Now, weirdly enough, though, I keep looking at what I can see in a provable database, and I don't see it as much as it keeps being described, like covering the whole country. It's definitely like you're seeing here. This is forecast from Fox 4, dense fog advisory to start in the new year on the 1st. Again, kind of priming you for it, which I find interesting, right? Now, another point on this is from the exact same time. This is January last year, right? So right now it is January 2nd, 2025. This article is from January 23rd, 2024. Look at the title. Unusual, in quotes, dense fog nearly covers entire span of the U.S. Okay, well, I don't remember a big discussion about it then, about some, nanotech, whatever the big weird hype through Twitter is. So that tells you something, that whatever is going on now is a different, it's different. I think we're seeing the way Twitter is being used. This is, whether it's real, based on something real or not, I think Twitter is playing an element to this, that they're seeing how they can rapidly disperse these narratives and how quickly they can get these, they're clearly controlling the flow of information in a very socially engineering type of way, even if it's real. Like, think about that. And so what's fascinating to me is the same thing happened last year, but different conversation. But also the point would be that if it was happening the same way last year in a very weird way, aside from whether, the point being, it may not have looked the same if you take those videos at face value, or maybe it did and they just weren't taking videos of it because they weren't primed to do so by social and predictive programming. All worth considering. Now, first, I just picked one of them. This girl just does a kind of a quick breakdown, which I kind of just, her kind of shtick is funny with the whole kind of Kermit the Frog drink at the end. It's just kind of funny. But so she's laying out that this is what I think, after I've looked at a lot of this, what's kind of like the general feeling about this, the general overlapping narrative. So first we'll start with that. But I genuinely think, in my opinion, this whole construct is coming mostly from just kind of gathering the narrative from Twitter, which doesn't mean false, but very clearly can mean false or bolstered or emboldened, or what's the word I'm looking for? Embellished, rather, right? Because she's going to say, oh, they all getting sick and they're all dealing with that. And the question is, are they, or is that just what's being discussed?
So you're telling me that an abnormal fog pops up all over the United States and is being reported in Europe as well, with these particles that are flying around that are not snow or moisture, have a chemical smell, and are leaving a white residue in some areas. And some people who have been exposed to the fog are falling ill with the same illness of inflamed sinuses, can't sleep, loss of appetite, and people think this is just a normal cold and flu and has nothing to do with this abnormal fog? Okay.
It's just funny to me. It's just kind of classic meme style. But, so the point's the same. Like, I mean, I think there's, like, first of all, if I can get some kind of demonstrated evidence that this is exactly what we're seeing and it's not some social media manipulation, like, it's interesting to me. And I'm going to go into the exact, like, if that is the case, why it would be. We'll go to that next. And in my opinion, this is the only objective way to cover this kind of stuff, because we all know how much these things can be manipulated these days, or lied about, or become social contagion kind of things. But the question is, are they all getting the same illness? Right? Are they all smelling like chemicals? Is it not? I mean, I'm seeing mostly videos that don't look like that. I've only seen a couple of examples where it was this big, thick example. And the rest of them are what I would argue, and I'll show you many of them, and even Twitter fact-checking them. That's just what fog looks like when you actually hold a light to it. So it's kind of getting mixed together. And if you see any particles, it becomes that extreme version. And I think I know I've seen plenty of examples where they're not smelling chemicals, but they're claiming, look at this weird fog. So if it's all the same thing, why isn't there the same? It's like, these are questions we need to ask that don't have to mean that it's all not what they're saying, but if you're objective, they should be asked, right? So here is, on the note of maybe a problem, something that really does stand out. Now, this screenshot has been shared all over Twitter. It seems like few actually take the time to find out if it's real or not, a la Twitter files. Thank you for that, guys. This is from the Environmental Protection Commission from Hillsborough County. And this appears to be legit. This is from, oh, wait a minute. See, I just did the same thing. So see, this is so perfect. I wish I would have saved that tweet. Let's see. Let me do this real quick. Here we go. Okay. Do you see what I just caught? So, right, this is saying December 31st, 2024. That is last year. So that's actually interesting in the context of the other fog. This is saying, let me read this first. So just to be clear, this is not from this year. This is from last year in January. It says, air pollution precaution effective immediately. The Environmental Protection Commission of Hillsborough County is issuing an air pollution precaution due to elevated levels of particulate matter of 2.5 meters or less. Now, we'll go into this because it actually makes a great explanation of how this can just be a natural thing or not. And again, Please do not take this as me just taking the narrative, because I'm going to go into one of the at least proposed possibilities of, and it's interesting to me that smart dust gets brought into this, even though it's an obvious potential overlap. I think there's a reason for it. I'll get into. I think it's becoming more and more, it's becoming impossible to ignore, as I've been screaming and ringing this bell for a decade now. It's clear, and getting ignored. Clearly, I think it's becoming something they want to kind of disparage, and I think that might be why. But I'll go back to this in a second. Let me do this really quickly. We're going to do it live. It looks like Steve's not coming back, by the way. Unfortunately, I think he just had some internet problems. But let's do this. I want to find that screenshot just to make this point even more clear. Look at this. Okay. So just again, to be objective, it's certainly possible what he's showing you here could be a video from this year. This might be worth following up on, by the way, because ultimately, if it did happen the same way last year and we're seeing the same kind of particulate issue, that would add more credence to the fact that it might be something that's a problem, right? What I'm trying to find here, let me just hold this aside. I'll include this so you guys can look for yourselves. So anyway, for the podcast, this guy's posting something from Florida, but he's stating that it's the first of 2025, but it's saying the exact same thing. The Environmental Protection Commission of Hillsborough County has issued an air pollution of this exact thing. Here's another way to do this, by the way. Let's just go back to this. Let's do Hillsborough County. I'll just do a whole thing. Let's see. Because I don't see anything in here. This is actually how I looked it up, by the way. Because all I have is a screenshot. I looked up this. I found Hillsborough County. I'll do it by most recent. And look, okay, this is interesting to me, guys. I think that account's wrong and maybe even lying about it, unless I'm missing something. This is Environmental Protection Commission, Hillsborough County, okay? And this is the most recent update, 12/2024, okay? See what I'm saying? Unless somehow that's not listed, okay? It's on this website. Again, here's what he's saying from the Environmental Protection Commission of Hillsborough County. He's saying they've issued an air pollution precaution for fine particulates. Okay, that's what this is. But I don't see that as 2025 anywhere on their website. Now, look, just to be clear, maybe they just don't, maybe it doesn't show up on this page until the day after. I mean, who knows? There's always maybe an explanation. But that's interesting, because what I was actually going to get to is this larger point about this screenshot that you might have seen. Of course, it doesn't pop up. Let's just do this. I find this to be very important if we can actually find the screenshot, because it was circulating everywhere. I saw like 3 different tweets. Are you kidding me? How about this? Anyway, the point is ultimately that this is being shared as right now, as this usually happens with independent mainstream alternative media, and ultimately claiming that it's this year, even though it's an old image from last year. I mean, guys, this is just to make sure. Let me know in the chat, by the way, if you guys are seeing an update, because it's certainly possible. This is new. I'm just not seeing it. Let me see. Maybe I did this. Hold on. Nah, I'm not seeing it. Oh, well, I don't want to waste too much time on it. If you guys see it online, let me know, because I think this is very important. Let me just do this. One more thing. Let's just do fog. I think that's what popped up last time. I don't see it in there. Come on. I know that was there. I was just looking at it. Here we go. Found it. Okay, so how do you get this? Here we go. All right, here's one of the examples. I saw this all over the place. This is Dr. Lynn Fine-Durella. Updated air quality for the county. You sure it's fog? Okay, just a screenshot, which is going around. It's all across Twitter right now. But my point is that is the screenshot from this page. Oh, wait, let's see if this one. No, that still says 2024. So how is that up at the top in red if it's giving you a link to something that is 2024? Am I missing something? You guys tell me what you think. That's very interesting to me. Remember, important to be objective in this and not jump to conclusions. That's why we're doing this, because the idea is that you could always be wrong. That's the idea. You could miss something. Oh, you know what I'm doing? Okay, I just realized what I'm doing. Never mind. I take it all back. So see, this is actually a perfect example of how easy it is to make, so if you are willing to jump to conclusions or willing to kind of go with what you want to see, it's very easy to fall into these traps. So I'm going to explain what I just did right there. That was a waste of time, by the way. So bottom line is I was just looking at the other page that was actually the older one that was from the year before. But my point is this, and that was so January. What we're looking at, I don't know how I just made this mistake, by the way. So I take it all back. This is from the day before. I thought it said 1:30, so it's 12:31. So technically this is the day before. So take it all back. So just so we're clear on that. So anyway, the point being, now back to the original point, despite all of that. So what I planned on doing was going through this because I thought that was interesting. I thought it was an old clip, not even to say that it wasn't happening now. Again, the point turns out in real time, we just figured it out, even though I missed that, which is stupid, that ultimately it is. So all of that. So again, back to both of them, they were not wrong. Please make sure you note that. They were not wrong. They were not trying to lie. That was exactly they were just reporting the new update. So all that aside, I'll include all the links for you. The reason I included it is because the idea of whether there's a particulate matter, an increase, that would indicate a problem, right? That would indicate something other than just a fog being misrepresented. So that did stand out to me as something that is like, okay, well, that's problematic right there. And so let me read through what I was going to before I went off on a tangent and confused myself. That ultimately what we're talking about is 2.5 micrometers or less. And it says this precautionary statement is effective immediately as of, 12/31/2024. There is still a potential to reach unhealthy levels for sensitive groups. But then it says due to fireworks. Okay, so that's an interesting addition to this, right? So clearly, if we have people popping off fireworks and then it becomes fog, well, are you going to see particulates in the fog? Well, that's certainly possible. One of the many things that we should consider without jumping to a larger conclusion without evidence, right? But it goes on to say, regardless, let's just take away the firework aspect. It says particulate matter is one of the EPA's air pollutants, is one of the EPA criteria air pollutants and has an established national ambient air quality based on health criteria. Particulate matter is the term for a mixture of solid particulates and liquid droplets found in the air. So, and it goes on to say particulate matter can be defined as PM10, which are inhalable particles of 10 micrometers or smaller, which are inhalable particles of 2.5 micrometers or smaller, or PM25. Particulate matter can be emitted directly from a source, construction sites, unpaved roads, fires, etc., or can be form in the atmosphere as a result of complex reactions of chemicals such as sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides. So we could also be considering this as some kind of geoengineering overlap, right? That this is a byproduct of something they're doing that we don't want, which, by the way, would happen under Trump's just like it would under Biden's, as we've seen already in the past. What's interesting, though, is that then changes the conversation away from something that is, let me put it this way. Smart dust is not something, or just nanotechnology, that we should be dismissing in any context. But to take this and kind of jump into that conversation without there being a point of evidence, to me, seems like a diversion. Trying to bury this in something people will dismiss, which is always happening, but trying to jump to something that is a far stretch for most people when there don't seem to be a connected point other than it could be. So to me, that seems like they're trying to hide something else. So maybe that is just the idea, like we talk about with all of this stuff, whether it's dioxins or whatever else. This is something now happening because of a byproduct of what they didn't expect or whatever, or it's an experiment or whatever it is, and they just don't want you thinking about that. No one should dismiss stuff like that. And especially as we're highlighting this as, something that is worthy of precaution, but that they're saying could just be natural complex reactions in the atmosphere. So just here, even if you dismiss that as possible, what they're saying is what you're seeing could be a natural thing worth considering. So again, one more reiteration on that. I just apologize for making that mistake if somebody heard that and isn't hearing the follow-up. 12/31/2024. I didn't say the name actually before, but so Super Maha was correct. This is new, posted on the 1st, as well as Dr. Lynn Finn Durella. And so she's saying, basically, you're sure it's fog, which fair point to ask. If we're seeing large particulates and they're warning about a problem, well, yeah, I'm considering the same thing. Is that what we're dealing with? So here is just one of the other posts, by the way, just, saying, in the informant saying nearly a third of the U.S. population. So these are points I was saying before. Is that actually what we're seeing? Like even like the weather reports and so on. Like I'm just not, I feel like this got, like some people say it covered the whole country. To me, that doesn't appear to be the full picture. But it says spanning 27 states. You tell me what you think about the overlap is experiencing an unprecedented wave of dense fog. Well, again, doesn't appear to be unprecedented, right? So that's also interesting. And that tends to get more enhanced, right? Like the partisan level of this, it's all about making it some new unprecedented shock moment when in a lot of cases like the drones, whatever else, it's been going on. It's not new. It's been happening before, but and you frame it like this new breaking story, which is what most of them do, it gets more attention. Like, by the way, like, for example, when it became known that when we're going to get to in a second, the Cybertruck and both those attacks, that ultimately they're both from Fort Bragg, for example. What's funny is you can go look at all of these major right-wing influencers, and every single one of them, despite reporting it at different intervals over the last so many hours, major breaking news with big red flashing lights, even though I was like, well, they reported that 5 hours ago, so it's not really breaking. The point is it's breaking when they say it, and it's about trying to get it's a game, guys. It's all a shtick. So I have to remember that. But so here you have all these different examples. And so this is the one that seems to be shown more than anything. Is this really, but see, even right there, like, how do we not know that's not just somewhere where it's snowing? We don't. It says Florida, but we don't know this. My point is that even if it's already been verified, I'm just making a general point about how easy it is to see something and kind of see what you want. In many cases, it just does look like a mist close with, let's realize the point is if you've like that right there, that's what fog looks like with a flashlight. This is the one I thought it was, by the way. I'll show you the one I'm referencing. The point is that ultimately is what it will look like. And there's even a fact check on one of these pages. So this is in the UK, just showing you massive fog rolling out, which again is not that really unprecedented, by the way, especially in the UK, but overlapping with this, interesting. Oh, here's some of these different images. To me, it's not really showing an entire country being overlapped with fog, but these are just the Florida ones. Oh, here, let's see the latest, what he changed. Not much really, doesn't look like. And everyone's saying the same things, right? The unexplained illness, the strange odors, but I mean, how in the world has anybody verified all that? They're not. They're just repeating what the social media sphere is saying, which could be true, or maybe not. Sue Pear again saying, pay attention, fog should have moisture. 100% right. I just drove through thick fog, which by definition is when water condenses and creates tiny water droplets. All my life, I had to use windshield wipers with fog. Not anymore. This is dry chemical fog. So that's, again, you have to take it from the fact that you don't know this person in person. You don't know what they've seen. But nonetheless, this is something I'm hearing as well from plenty of people. And here's their personal video, which to me does hold more water than, the point being is, again, who knows for sure, they could be somewhere else, but that they're showing you what their experience is through their car window, and ultimately the same thing. I mean, it's just a video. All the fog. The point though is that being that on the window there's no but I can't tell for sure, but that aligns with what other people are saying. Not anymore. It says this dry chemical fog, driving 30 minutes, no in the fake fog, no windshield wipers required. To be honest, I've driven in fog before where my windshield did not get completely wet. But I think that it depends on the particulate size and different things. But I would agree that by and large, that wouldn't ultimately be the way you'd expect it to react. And I'll include these, just same thing. So just basically saying what causes fog. And it goes over all the different examples, which are very different. There's many things, but ultimately the main point is what you're saying, is that it absolutely can't appear without moisture. So I would largely agree that if you would expect something. But then you get things like this, which are interesting, sure, especially when you don't know. Like, for instance, I'm just coming off the video I was playing about the self-assembling nanotechnology, right? And so this guy goes, look at what my dog's water bowl. I dumped it yesterday and put fresh water. We had rain this morning and a crazy fog for the past week. This has never happened before. I've never seen anything like it, and so on. And so this is the video. So you look closely, you see these weird little things moving around, jumping together. And to me, I'm like, that's where my mind went, because I just looked at it, right? I'm like, that's what that looks like. I'm like, well, that's crazy. But you don't know the context. You don't know where he lives. You don't know what's above the water bowl. You don't know any of the information, right? And so ultimately what then he went like, then he said, I collected a sample using tape, very, very scientific, and went on to, and basically showing things like this. Now, obviously, I think most people can then go, okay, well, these are larvae, right? This is something that's obviously what that looks like. But still doesn't mean that it might not be in the fog. Who knows? But even then, you can show examples of historical examples of stuff like that, where you could have something that kind of hatches in rainfall, for example. There are weird examples of these things, but the point is, it doesn't appear to be connected with the fog. Many people down below, I think it was next, or no, it was somewhere down here. Basically, many people down below were showing examples of what they could show in research. Like, for example, right here, same thing. See the video, the image, right? Saying a word about the general appearance biology of what they're calling springtails. That's most of them are saying that live in the area, that these are just larvae, that it falls and the wind and the tree, whatever else. It says there are two basic body types, saying like the jumping bristletail of the recent BOTW fame, they wear their mouth parts on their inside. It says rather than the outside, which makes it impossible for springtails to nibble on people, despite anecdotes to the contrary. They have antennae and tiny, simple eyes. I mean, that's what this is. And, or at least what it very clearly appears to be. And what most people down there are saying, yes, I get this every season and whatever else. And so if you don't know and you look without any information, yeah, it looks pretty strange. But if you then now with that information, you look and realize that we're talking about little larvae bugs that have fallen from, wherever they grow and have been windy and whatever else, and rain. And, I've had similar things that I can see outside water bowls as well. So my point is to show that it's easy to go, it lines up with what we're hearing without really knowing what you're looking at. And that's people that scoop all these things up. I've already seen this video included in one of those compilation of 4 videos posts of somebody saying, look at all that we're seeing from the fog, even though they don't know that. So same thing, concerned citizen is one of these that's, really just been dumping all this out. And he says, what the F is this? Where that's the guy saying this. So you get an example of this where this guy making this video, right, sees the internet sensation, goes outside with his flashlight and goes, oh my God, I'm seeing it too, right? What is this? This isn't fog, he says. And concerned citizen says people continue to recognize a notable difference between whether they've experienced all their lives in this current fog. Well, the question is, when's the last time they went out and did this with a flashlight? Now, many of us have done that when you go out and let your dog out and so on, but do you really look? And the point is, maybe they've never done that before. And he goes, not a coincidence. This is simultaneously happening across both of the Atlantic. So feeding into that part of it, when you really don't know what's happening, you're using something you haven't verified to say, not a coincidence. This is happening across. That's propaganda, guys, whether for clicks or not. And even Wikipedia, or rather Twitter, using Wikipedia, says this is tiny water droplets suspended in the air and viewed under brown light, also known as fog. Now, just because they say that doesn't mean that's what it is. My point is, even if that is could be something, which is certainly could be, that is what either fog or the beginning of what, like I lived in Seattle for a year, or actually more than that, but either way. When you live in a place that has such common rainfall, or rather, what's interesting about Seattle, most people don't know, is that it actually doesn't rain as much as they claim it does. The vast majority is something like this, where it gets this like misty rain, kind of fog, kind of rain, where you just get kind of wet over, but you don't even notice it. So, but once it gets past a certain level of like moisture, they just deem it's technically rain. So that's why they say rain is 9 months out of the year, but it does rain a lot, but that's more often than not what you get. But my point is, that's exactly what it looks like. Even sometimes when it's, dusk, where you could see it with light or not with a flashlight, just sometimes in the air, but the flashlight makes it very clear. That's not to say that it might not be something else, but it's interesting how people can fall into something like that and go, oh my God, this can't be, even though, yeah, it very exactly can be. It's exactly what it would look like in some cases. So we just can't, I hope we can all just see, like, even if this turns out to be smart dust, how easy it is for partisan momentum to just drive something. And especially when you can see, hopefully more than ever now, that you've got dishonest people behind the steering wheel who might decide to turn it if they want to, based on certain indications, agendas, or tantrums, that maybe we should ask whether that might be happening more than we want it to, or realize. Same thing. This person says, seriously, you tell me this is all fog? People across all the world, all simultaneously reporting fog like they've never experienced. Okay, well, it's the same thing. To me, that is like a very, very obvious example of what fog looks like. All he's saying in the background is goes, what is that? That can't be. And then he yells at his dog, get over here. But to me, guys, that's not even particulate. That's just fog. You see what I mean? But this is being shared nonetheless because it is fog and a flashlight, and it gets reach. 500,000 shares. Into Thin Air says, you won't believe this. It seems that Iran, or a large portion of the Middle East, has removed the entire day of May 19th from the weather charts. Ah, okay, so Iran is doing it. That's, the secret implication that it's some secret that they're hiding how it started from Iran is kind of the implication there. Or maybe he doesn't mean to do that, but that's what that seems to bring around the conversation. But it says, is this to stop people from seeing the details about what caused the fog? Well, actually, he pretty much did do that. Came out of nowhere. It says, this led to the helicopter crash of Iran's president. What are they hiding? Satellite data? Was this weather created? I've come to find less interest in this channel only because a lot of this is how this tends to go. Like, framed as the guys of just asking questions, which later kind of build into a narrative despite never actually answering the question. That's same thing, in my opinion, under the guise of more objectivity, but it basically comes down to these videos. But if you actually look into this, and here's the Earth satellite map for yourself, you can check it for yourself. It says Zoom Earth contains the weather information without interruption, including the 19th for the area. Nothing is missing. But that's not as fun, though, is it? That's not as fun as leaning into the partisan narrative, which gets 2.7 million views. And of course, when the usual suspects lean into it, that's usually a good indication. Right? My opinion, this guy, by the way, who is one of the most prolific and dishonest people on in the conversation, right up there with Loomer and the rest, except far worse because this is such a, I see this guy, this is TBP Sean, who, by the way, has me blocked now, runs the People's Voice, who, by the way, pivoted away from, I think it was, what was it? Jason Bassler was just breaking this down for somebody. It was one of these other like notoriously fake platforms. Even Twitter and others have called this platform out for being deliberately deceiving, like trying to piggyback on real information. Like I keep showing you fake quotes and using like the assumptive part of the narrative, right? Like leaning into it as far as you can, as because people will then buy it because that's what they do think is the case, even if we can't prove it. No, that's dishonesty, guys. They're lying to you. They're leaning into your biases in to benefit off of you. And that's this Sean guy. Is dishonest, man. Here he comes in on this conversation and says, chemtrails pilot reveals plot to blanket world in, quote, death fog to kill billions in 2025. So I guess during Trump's administration, though, right? But either way, the point is that it's like, if you want to take your time to look into this, it is embarrassingly subjective. It is a narrative patched together on the back of another partisan narrative using a bunch of basically subjective grasping leaps, fake quotes, and other misinformation that tie back to things that you want to believe because it taps into your biases. That's what these people do every time. Now, just kind of a joke, I think, even though I do think that there's stuff that we should continue to investigate in this, especially maybe proving that we can actually, whether these things have sickness that are being attached to it or smells that are chemical. My point would be right now, if this rapidly dissipates, without any real conversation about illness or anything other than what we saw during these last so many days, then I think that it answers our question. If there was a mass illness that rolled out, and I'm not talking about the corporate side of it that might want to hide it because that, whatever the narrative is, I'm talking about more conversation of going, everyone in my town is sick right now, because that would be the point. If that's the case and it's rolling out and everyone's getting sick, well, you would have undeniable evidence of that. You would have an entire city or town or group or people saying we're all sick and that's what we're kind of hearing. But my point is, over the next week, we will really be able to prove that or not. So let's wait. Evidence matters. But Lyra making a joke about it, which I do think is part of this, it goes, fog is the latest trend. H-1B visas are so yesterday. Guys, that is kind of what this tends to be, and we should at least consider that it's just one more partisan hype story to drive people to a certain position. Important to think about. Now, in the smart dust aspect of it, because it is very, very valid to ask these questions, right? That's always where we got to draw that line, though. Like asking questions, whether we could consider this or whether it might be playing a role, always good to do. But if we can't prove it, in my opinion, you do what you want. But if you want to be, you're acting like you're media and, we're fighting against the narrative, trying to act like you're honest, investigative journalist kind of perspective, then you would wait, put it down and say, we haven't proven that. The moment we do, we'll have more for you. At the moment, all we know is it's fog and there's narratives and people saying certain things and we're looking into it. Like that's what an honest investigator would do. So my point, though, is that we have the idea of smart dust as a separate conversation that I've been talking about for a very long time. And it is, in my opinion, very real and very, being built around you right now, if not already there, and we just aren't being told about it, right? We don't have a partisan social contagion dynamic going, look at this, even though weirdly enough, that did filter through the conversation. But what do you notice? You don't get certain groups talking about it. Why not? It doesn't seem like smart dust would be like the most, there's so many things that end up getting grabbed onto. In many ways, these kind of would be perceived as these kind of bombastic claims and crazy ideas. But this one doesn't. At a prime moment when clearly this is overlapping, some of them did. But you know what I'm talking about. The ones that tend to ultimately drive it into the real conversation, but not right now. Not when there's the obvious opening. I find that to be relevant in the case that they want this to be buried under the idea that this is the fake partisan hype on Twitter, but at the same time, not really fleshing it out. So you see what the narrative, the truth behind that part of it is. You see what I'm saying? That is actually pretty interesting to me. So just this quick clip this is what I use for an opening for the show, just if you don't remember. So I did an article on this entitled, where was it? Right here. Is smart dust already in use in the population? Well, I think the answer is yes. And was COVID-19, in quotes, an attempted experimental next step? Valid question that I think we should be asking right now. But so this clip I put out during that recent Spaces with that link and just included this clip to show you from the actual symposium. This was, as I'll play this, I'll bring up the clip for you. It's from an entire conference where they talk about this. It's about 11-year-old conference. And in the conference, they're talking about something, what I'm going to show you, that is 10 years before that. So we're talking about over 20 years ago. What you're going to see right here in a quick clip was what DARPA was working on. And don't forget the overlap with Elon Musk and the direction of all of this and where it all seems to be going and kind of the transition between what DARPA does and what they present through people like that. And what do you know? Here we have with the nanotech injections and even Elon working on this with microfactories or the brain-machine interface, even though it's way beyond the chords and it's optogenetics and magnetogenetics, but it's all driving you in the direction of that being the next step, even though DARPA was completing these things a long time ago. But you have that intermittent point where they switch over and now it's the public version. That's what I see happening.
You can literally scatter this stuff like dust or embed it into a sheet of paper. This was commercially released 10 years ago. It's a tiny computer and it features data processing, data storage, wireless comms, and it's probably as close to the true smart dust vision from the early DARPA days as we've come so far. They're designed to harvest energy from the environment around them and to communicate via a mesh network.
Very important. Communicate via mesh network, guys. That's what I was just talking about. Like, not even getting into the idea of like trying to, through nanotechnology, essentially mesh human brains and consciousness to help better map out their artificial intelligence, which is a real conversation. But just simply the idea of being able to have the Internet of nanobio things, which means there are nanotechnology things in your body that can interconnect with the other aspects of this, and they have that mesh where you can then share, maybe without your knowledge, maybe that's already happening, real-time information about what you are, where you're thinking, what you're doing, everything. Again, I always know this is, for some people, this is so far beyond what they're going to accept. But I hope you can understand, though, is that it is being discussed and has been for decades, actually, a long time. And so what you can see on here, again, is this, the Mu chip, that's a salt crystal next to it, okay? And think about this. If 20 years ago, this is the size of it, and even today, they're showing you big clunky things and saying, this is the future. Like, if this 20 years ago was smart dust, imagine what we're dealing with today. We're talking about, exactly to jump ahead just barely, in 2011, Charles Lieber working on virus-sized transistors. So actual nanobots, nanotechnology bots, the size of a virus in 2011. And you read this, as I've pointed out many times, he's in here talking about using basically coating it with a fatty lipid layer in order to make it go into the cell membrane. So effectively doing so, like not like some theoretical hype. And again, they could be lying, certainly possible, but openly discussing in 2011, making virus-sized transistors and using lipids, like lipid nanoparticle conversation, to make it end up going into the human cell. And it's saying in general that when you have things as small as a virus or a bacteria, whatever you think of those things, that things that are they're nanotech behave the way biological structures do. So isn't also, I've said this in the beginning, isn't it also not possible that what we're dealing with in all this is in fact one of these things? Maybe by design, maybe it went awry and they lost control. Who knows? I'm not even saying that means this could therefore like get you sick. I'm saying we don't know. And this is what they were building into a long time ago. And so when we're talking about this stuff, when 20 years ago, that's the mu chip sized on a salt crystal. I mean, guys, we already know where this could get to if that's all the way back then. Now, as well as the other one, which is as close to the DARPA example, he said, this is a very, very, very zoomed in example. I believe that's either a penny that it's sitting on or human skin. So it's really, really tiny. The point is that this runs on your own body's energy, two-way communication, being meshed, and it meshes with others. 20 years ago. I just don't know how we don't have these conversations. And this is exactly my point, is that right now, even when there's an opening for this that obviously gets like really forced in by some of the conservative conversation, none of the bigger accounts really pick it up. That seems to be very transparent to me. Now, I just talked about this in the context of the kind of make America healthy again direction. I simply said, make America healthy again, in parentheses, with GMOs, pharmaceuticals, AI, and nanotech, which is really what they're doing. Just in a very, very thin veneer, basically rolling out all the same problems with a little bit different slant. Now, here's an important clip that I think is relevant to this. This has been going around on social media, but it's an older clip. This is actually from 2018, but this was posted by World Ethical Data Forum on February 20th, 2024. Now, this is the full video. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange's last interview before his arrest in London. But I'm only going to play you one part of this. It has to do with something you're probably going to want to hear. Was it
dust
52?
Scattered everywhere, like
sorry.
confetti in everything.
51:17.
And I don't think by chopping out many of them or adding kind of chaff, cover, that you can make that much of a difference. And increasingly it's less. And in terms of the Internet of Things, there's research prototypes now, which I assume are being used by intelligence agencies, of very small electronic circuits that you can just put in paper or put in paint or on the walls that are powered by the GSM stations. And they operate as the GSM radio wave passes through them. It gives them enough power for a very small amount of time to do things. So obviously that tendency is going to continue. It's not like the Internet of Things. It's if you like, intelligent evil dust.
Intelligent evil dust. I mean, and quite frankly, my opinion of what I can see based on the research is that in 2018, they were well beyond the idea of these short time frame dynamics. Like we just heard from a 20-year-old device that could run on your body's energy. Like, he's talking about things that exist like in paper or on the wall. But if you have things that can be put into your body, right? Your body has energy that can be, it's very important to see how that works, whether it's motion. Like, you have these watches or different things where your body's motion keeps them working. It's a very similar thing like that, but overall, like that's part of it. He talks about that in that larger, I forgot to grab that, by the way. I'll grab that for you right now, the actual link to that video. But the point is that, let's see, where is it? There it is. That's one aspect that he talks about in this discussion, but it's also just other ways that they use your body's energy, like heat and all sorts of things. To the point that here is Julian Assange like openly highlighting this in 2018, and yet still we can't have the conversation. This is alarming, especially since a couple of years later with Trump's administration, they rolled out an injection that was using nanotechnology. And now we're finding out has all sorts of revealed contaminants, if you want to use that word, maybe things that were deliberate through there.
Scattered everywhere, like confetti in everything. So I think it's increasingly hard for human beings to work out how to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
And
first step is acknowledging the reality.
The only way I the only way I can see is that that we've got to securitize this problem. Computer security industry is it's been engaged in outrageous securitization for a very long period of time, hyping.
I'm going to leave it there in general, but that's the main point, just the idea that, it's just this side point. And just because that's what's happening, absolutely mind-blowing. Here is the MakerCon video. It's called Alistar Allen and the Inevitability of Smart Dust. And I'll even grab one more for you, by the way. This one, you know what I'll do? I'll include the actual YouTube channel so you guys can look for yourselves. There's only a few of them left on there. It seems like most of it's been removed, but both these two right here. Now, even this one you can watch I think it's right here. See that? What you're seeing there when you kind of hover over that video is he's demonstrating for you how this works. He's literally talking about this, and this is 13 years ago, and the video itself is not, it's an older video. Like, so they posted this 13 years ago, but it was even further than that. And he's showing you right here, look, scattering it in the air like dust. That is what they were doing, as he tells you in the video, like 15 years ago, in order to track ships overseas. That's what this is called dust networks. So my point is they had like real world examples of using this in real time. How in the world are we going to allow smart dust to be used in the air without having everybody understand that and being able to like vote on it if we pretend like it's somehow our choice, even though we know that's not how this world actually works? But think about that. On top of this, actually, let's see if I can shoot. I always remember this as Wells Fargo and then I forget how it came up. Oh, maybe it is this one. I know what it is. It's financial smart dust. Or no, financial. Shoot. Oh, now I'm going to forget it. If you remember in the chat what the name of that episode was. Let me just do this. Wells Fargo. Oh, that one. There you go. Oh, that's I think how I found it last time. I looked it up online as opposed to on my website. Oh, no, there it is. I got it. Just so that this way you guys actually have the source material, which is what's important to me, so you can research for yourself. And it's really just the article. The title on one part is Smart Dust. Oh, it was Smart Dust. Smart Dust Financial Tracking. Now, if you remember, this is a patent literally for Wells Fargo. And thank you, Doc. You see what I see, or do you see what I see? Sorry. He includes the patent right there. This is Smart Dust application for 2016 that has now been extended to turn 2037. And this is Wells Fargo. As you can see, where is it? Right there. Wells Fargo Bank. Why did that move when I put the S in there? That's weird. Wells Fargo. So it says systems and methods that facilitate authenticating a user making a payment using micro electromechanical systems, or MEMs, devices, i.e. smart dust. I mean, it's wild, guys. If you didn't see this episode, they literally talk about how these things will pump out smart dust to verify who you are. And then I don't know if they just dissipate and go into the world and be used elsewhere or go back into the machine. I mean, it's just absolutely mind-blowing this is even being discussed. And we can't even acknowledge this is real yet in this conversation, like in society. Like, that's what scares me about where this goes. Like, for example, Kim Iverson invited me on, I don't know, a year ago to talk about smart dust. And what's funny is I can't even find the episode, not on any of her platforms. So maybe they made her take it down for all we know. But it's crazy because it was such a, I'm glad she did it because at least she was willing to give a platform for us to discuss this. But the whole air was kind of like, skeptical of the whole thing. And I'm just going like, man, I'm so far past the idea that we're like debating. Like at the very least, they're telling you this stuff is real and they're rolling out and working with it. So that's where we need to engage with this first, to realize that at least they're telling you that. As always, they could be lying about it. But I think it's bigger than that, quite frankly, in obvious ways, like with the shots and the overlaps therein. But here I'll include Jason Bassler did a great clip on the recent show we did. Here's the one we just told you about, the Make America Healthy Again using these things. And it's about this NPR article, like a recent one. This is from 2021. openly talking about flying microchips the size of a sand grain, which at that time I could prove to you they had them far smaller than that, right? So it's my point as usual, but great clip showing you all this history of this stuff. It's very obvious in the past show. And here's a clip from Concerned Citizen, same kind of thing during all this time frame, but pointing to something. I mean, this is the World Economic Forum talking about this. The point, though, is that it says the globalist lunatics want to control your very thoughts. What's funny is that so do all the rest of the people you're supporting, Concerned Citizen. The people in Trump's immediate circle are the ones literally building this stuff out. But of course, it's only when you can make it about the World Economic Forum that it becomes okay to talk about in these circles. But it says these brain sensors that are starting to be embedded in everyday devices, right? Like the shot Trump made. Oh, quiet, don't talk about that version.
Devices. So these are brain sensors that are starting to be embedded in everyday devices, but until now have been a number of niche companies that really have focused on mindfulness and meditation. The use of, for example, brain sensors that can pick up electrical activity in the brain at a pretty low resolution, but advances in AI have both improved what the signal is that can come from the brain and enabled the miniaturization of those products.
So think about David Icke's point, right? So the overlap with the spy satellite network that they're rapidly rolling out. So that would be the energy or the influence. So you have the combination of all of it. So what you're saying is they've built rapidly to a point to where now they can do this. What they need is more, like, let's do it again specifically.
That really have focused to be embedded in everyday devices, but until...
Which by the way, is already what we're talking about, being embedded or in shots you're given or in things that you're not being told about as far back as you want to look, according to Julian Assange, and the paint on the wall, whatever else.
Now have been a number of niche companies that really have focused on mindfulness and meditation.
Which is usually how this works, right? So it's something that we're using to say, look, like with Elon Musk, for example, and we're using this to help people walk again, something like that. In this case, well, we just want to we want to see if you can be more mindful and not be stressed out from work all the time. Because it's like the reverse of what St. Clair was saying. You censor the worst of them first. So everyone goes, well, yes, I can't disagree with that. Same point here. You roll it out and be like, well, you don't want kids to walk again? It's like, well, of course I do. It's like, except that's not what it's really about.
Use of, for example, brain sensors that can pick up electrical activity in the brain.
So brain sensors that can pick up electrical activity, right? So now if you have something like, I don't know, a very invasive satellite network that can pick those things up, maybe influence those things because of the implant, like you see how these things interconnect. And David Icke has been very clearly talking about the brain cloud idea for a long time. I mean, it's terrifying stuff. And that's like the point I was making about the mesh idea, but way further. And the idea like going into like transhumanism and these very wealthy oligarchs and technocrats thinking that they can live forever if they can just find a way to put their consciousness on the cloud. Even if you think it's not possible, even if it's not possible, the question is if they think they can or they're willing to do whatever they can to do so.
At a pretty low resolution, but advances in AI have both improved what the signal is that can come from the brain and enabled the miniaturization of those products. And
my point is what would improve that would be potentially the satellites and so on they're rolling out, but not just improve it, but be able to influence it.
A lot of the major tech companies start to invest in these brain sensors. It's a huge, I think, untapped market in many ways of integrating them into everyday devices.
And don't forget, by the way, that she is the one that was giving you the World Economic Forum presentation about at your workplace having brain sensors so your boss could read your brain energy and decide whether or not you were lying or tell you you weren't working enough, or you could wear a scarf that had a light shock to it. So if you fell asleep at work, it would shock you back away. Not a joke, by the way. Proudly, and telling you this was the not scary version. Terrifying. And so here she is telling you about the idea of these brain sensors in untapped markets because we want people to put things in all of ours. I mean, where it's crazy that this conversation, I mean, it's at the WEF. It's not probably, maybe they don't think it's going to be heard by everybody, but I mean, they're very aware. I mean, they have discussions about how not to scare you with these conversations. So the question is, if this is the light version, my question as usual is what's already happening?
In these brain sensors, it's a huge, I think, untapped market in many ways of integrating them into everyday devices. These are earbuds or watches.
Don't forget the patent already exists for those earbuds that already can essentially use this technology to influence your brain waves. I've talked about this many times.
Or headphones and the soft cups around the ears. Many of those products are hitting the market this year, and others are hitting them within the next 2 years, such that people can listen to music, a phone call, etc., while having those devices in ears. Initially, what they will be capable of doing is very high-level brain state reading. Things like, are you tired? Are you paying attention? Is your mind wandering? Are you happy or sad? They maybe enable interaction like up, down, left, right for interaction with other technologies. And they're
Wow.
being embedded into things like virtual reality headset.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Now, don't mind the nose scrunching weird TikTok man in the corner because they didn't add anything to the video. I hate TikTok and the way those things work. Maybe I'm too old for it. But anyway, the point is that this is very real. I mean, that we've shown you, and this is just an article about it, but it's the first thing that popped up when I typed at the earbud thing. But we've gone over the patent. The links to the patent is in here. New Apple AirPods patent can monitor the wearer's brainwaves and other biosignals. And the patent is in here somewhere. I remember going over this article before. The point is that this is very real conversation. This is very real direction of this. Now, obviously, you could argue that there's benefits or for your help or for your best interest, but then you can also, if you're not brain dead, recognize how this could be used against you, maybe by a foreign government, maybe by the government that's putting them in your ears, guys. But either way, it is seriously a problem that we're not talking about this stuff, despite how obvious this is and what she's telling you. Now, my point is that as they begin to float this out as what we have to discuss, historically, that means it's already in your ear. It's already being jammed. I mean, that's how this tends to go. I just want us to ask these questions. Oh, wait, let me include that for you. Now, again, this article, I hope you'll check out, or the show, because this is dedicated to that main point. And you can see, again, look at this image. Now, this is a later version of the Mu chip. That is a human hair in that picture. That is one of the chips. Like literally smaller than the width of a human hair. And this is older. The one we first showed you is like 20 something years old now. This is maybe only so many years later. Imagine where we are now. That's what scares me. I mean, look at same thing. Look at the image. Look at that on the fingertip. That is smart dust, even at that level that you could just blow in the air. And again, referencing the point about the fog, for example, my point is obviously you wouldn't see huge particulates like that if it was smart dust. So, but nonetheless, consider the possibility, and as well as consider that they just shot off a bunch of fireworks and it was New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, and maybe that a factor, all possible, or rather overlapped all that time period. But check this out, including this about the idea of virus-sized transistors and whether that is something that is already going on from 2011. And also the point I didn't mention, if you already don't know this, Charles Lieber, who was the guy in this conversation at the time before he was arrested and is now not arrested for unknown reasons. He was arrested for treason, right? Beginning of COVID-19, for working with China, and people he worked with were taking blood material from Beth Israel Hospital in their sock to China. He gets arrested for basically under the guise of treason. And they claimed it was someone hiding payments from China. And then nothing happens. The guy's literally, and I can prove to you, during the whole time frame they were supposedly holding this guy for treason with China, he was still working on scientific research with China with U.S. grants. Guys, that's ridiculous. So my opinion, which I think is obvious, is this guy was not actually in any risk at all. I think it was a red herring. And the most important part to this conversation at the time, and I think still today, he was the leading scientist in the world on nanotechnology. And right before you rush out a nanotech shot, this guy gets shuttled away from the conversation. Seems pretty relevant to me. Now, can kind of thinking of that together with what later got jammed in everyone's arms, this goes back to a 2019 discussion from DARPA. Now, again, don't forget the DARPA overlap with Elon and all these different examples of how they're just kind of continuing the public face of these government military programs. Well, for example, our interview with Destiny Resendez. I'm blanking. I'll just bring it up. Resendez, that's right. Okay, so the point is that, this is another one of these examples, right? So right before this, we're talking about using injections. I'll just read it right from their quote, that have virus-carrying light-sensitive sensors that could do some things I'll read in a second. Right before they roll out in a shot, or before removing the nanotech guy out of the way, and then they roll out shots that involve nanotechnology that we're now seeing are riddled with things that we can't verify. I just think that's wild. And we're going to get into the overlap of this with the potential discussion of the Cybertruck, just as a point that I think overlaps before we kind of finish out on that point. Rather, I'm just using the Cybertruck as the thing that comes to mind. It's really the conversation of both examples of what happened. But so this is fascinating to me and it's scary. So DARPA's new project is investing millions in brain-machine interface tech. So the point I was making before. So totally not the same program that got real quiet and then Elon Musk picks up the public face of it. Totally not the same thing. 2019. And we've mentioned James Giordano before, and we're going to show you a clip in a second. But it's talking about this idea of the N3 program, which stands for, what was it? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's in here somewhere. The Next Generation Non-Surgical Neurotechnology Program, or N3, DARPA's program, which again, basically just became the direction of the vaccinology field and the tech field and the biotech field. They're all working together. Hard not to see that. Now, what it says is in contrast to invasive stuff, it says minutely invasive technologies. And that's what they're discussing as everything they're working on, the things that Lieber and Bob Langer and all these different overlaps are working on, right? Bob Langer being the co-founder of the Moderna shot. We're working on this kind of technology. Minutely invasive technology, which allows scientists to deliver nanotransducers without surgery. For example, it says an injection of a virus-carrying light-sensitive sensor or other chemical, biotech, or self-assembled nanobots that can reach individual neurons and control their activity independently without damaging sensitive tissue. The proposed use for these technologies isn't yet well specified, but as animal experiments have shown, controlling the activity of single neurons at multiple points is sufficient to program artificial memories of fear, desire, and experiences directly into the brain. Now, you may not want to say mind control with that, but it is. But I mean, in the sense of like literally controlling actions, like that's what we're going to show in a second in that possible idea. But you realize that, I mean, this is June 2019. I mean, in some context, arguably, this was already beginning to happen, like Canada or others, where they were saying you had evidence of this back in 2019, whatever you want to call COVID or whatever the narrative became. But my point is right here and into 2020, well, they rolled out a rationale for giving a bunch of people injections with genetic editing, gene therapy, but that had nanotech and literally a N1 methylpseudouridine modified RNA that delivered instructions for a spike protein from what they're telling you is a virus. And my point is that how can you not see with now all of the interconnected points and historically what they've done, or how can you not at least ask whether this might have already been done? And then it's like everything they've been working on in so many ways came together for this thing. And clearly, I mean, are we really still pretending like this was about helping people? Clearly, there was an experiment going on, guys. And I think that's just hard to ignore at this point. And so what this overlaps with for me is so just to be clear, and by the way, here's the Destiny interview, the military intelligence hidden hand driving the COVID-19 injections, is the idea of the ferritin overlap, or many other examples of this stuff. But this is just one that is, as far as I could tell, already being rolled out. I mean, this was back in 2023 of May, and they were already working on this ferritin nanoparticle universal flu injection. They were literally testing it, which means too late now. Even in the testing side of it, this is already being put out there. But the point is, if you remember the article from The Guardian, which was genetically engineered magnetoprotein, that's the ferritin protein, remotely controls brain and behavior. And there's also the Rockefeller, I thought they had linked it in here. Let me see if it pops up. Yeah, right there. Rockefeller article about the same thing. It's called Flipping a Switch Inside the Head from 2017. With new technology, scientists are able to exert wireless control over brain cells of mice with just a push of the button. The first thing they did was make mice hungry. Now, it gets more specific about the insulin levels and how they could literally decide to drop it to nothing, which would kill you, or do something, increase it or change it to where you drive you to want to eat, or in this case, actually literally control their movement, or real-time relay their whatever they're seeing back to their data source. All of it's written here. This is the Rockefeller University, 2017. Now, of course, as always, they could just be making it up for some objective, but here 2016, a year before that, they're talking about the same discussion though. Magnetoprotein remotely controls brain and behavior. And so that's what I was discussing in this article. And this is this is May 2023, and we're talking about, and the title reads, the deadly lipid nanoparticle spike protein design and the new mod RNA ferritin nanoparticle universal flu injection. So all that means is they are literally rolling out ferritin nanoparticle injections. Well, over here you have articles by The Guardian, by Rockefeller University, that say that's exactly how they can use, or that's exactly what they can use to do this. That's all they need, is that injection in your body, and ultimately they can use outside sources to have this effect. Now, of course, they would never do that, would they, guys? Pearl clutching all day long. I would never do exactly what they've already done a million times over that we can easily prove, right? That would never happen. Now, I'm not saying that it has. But again, it's just terrifying how obvious this is. And the question becomes, how have they not with what they've done in so many other examples? I mean, before I forget to save these links, let me grab them for you real quick. I'm always grabbing things I forget to add in the beginning. So again, with the idea that in 2019, from DARPA and their direction, that, it became the base. I mean, even DARPA, don't forget, as this article goes into, Whitney wrote this for TLAV in 2020. Coronavirus gives a dangerous boost to DARPA's darkest agenda. I mean, and this actually, Whitney goes into the N3 program, right? This is actually where we were just talking about it from, right? This is the same quote right there. The point is that this is the DARPA is involved with the injection itself, as she highlights right here. Right, the nanotherapeutics and DARPA-funded gene vaccines, and how that became COVID-19 injections, and that all of this comes together. So again, the point being that if we are literally watching this and them telling you that if we need an injection that can give you virus-carrying, self-assembling nanobots or biotech or whatever we're talking, or ferritin nanoparticles, whatever they want to do, ultimately the point is they could then use that with outside effort to control influence. And almost even more alarming to me than controlling your emotion, artificial memories of fear, desire, and experience. So keep that in your mind as we go into what we're going to talk about next. But we're going to play this clip first to hear directly from the State Department. Dr. Giordano, James Giordano, is directly connected to the government programs. He's working with the State Department and many other military overlaps for neuroscience, which completely overlaps with nanotechnology and everything we're talking about. And I've played you many clips from him. This is just one that Inversionism has shared. And thank you to Amanda for Peace, who was simply saying, my recent show here, good overview of some of the nanotech and neurotech the psychopaths have been working on. So I'll play you this clip. Shout out to Inversionism for continuing to highlight this stuff. And I'll include some of the clips that he shares in other tweets about, other things that you can watch if you want to take the time to watch these, which are, hours long. They're worth your time, though. And my point is to consider the idea of potentially controlling or influencing or planting fake memories, experiences, fears, desires in somebody's mind. And these people they'll tell you this has been possible far longer than you want to admit. And then ask what Catherine Austin Fitz is telling us, that that's really going on right now through your TV, through social media, and ask whether that might be responsible for, I don't know, a high-ranking military individual doing some kind of crazy act, or any number of other things, or school shootings, or things that we should be willing to ask questions about, seeing as how it seems technologically possible at this point. So first, James Giordano.
Moreover, you heard earlier about the idea of nanoparticulate matter that can be utilized in a weaponizable way. And here, too, we're looking very, very strongly at what nanoparticulate matter can do to the nervous system. Some ongoing studies with our colleagues in the medical branches of NATO have, in fact, shown that the use of nanoparticulate matter in a scatter arrangement can be used to incur what looks to be broad-scale epidemiological stroke epidemics. So what we're able to do here is infiltrate the brain space with nanoparticulate matter that aggregates in situ, on site in the brain, and does one of two things. Either penetrates from the vascular space, gets in through the bloodstream, gets in through the nose, through the mucosa, or infiltrates the vascular space and clogs it. What is the result? What's called a nanoparticulate stroke, or a hemorrhagic diathesis, fancy word, for it's a predisposition to individuals having brain bleeds. Demonstrated? Oh, absolutely.
Now think about this. this is what's very important to think about here is we're not even talking about necessarily nanotechnology level. Like he's just talking about nanoparticulates. For example, weirdly, like people are pointing out in this fog. And the idea being that just a certain level of particulate or certain, now, and maybe he's talking about the overlap with like actual technology, but either way, very different than what I'm getting into about smart dust in the larger direction of actually influencing memory, which he talks about. But simply the idea that they already can do this with just certain types of particulates. Now we have to, at that point, ask ourselves with what we have just seen, even just over the last couple year, of what else they're responsible for. And maybe not even through the White House, maybe just the completely like the CIA or unknown 3-letter agencies that we don't even hear about that are basically their own little country at this point. They don't even, like, we have to realize how far this has gotten out of control. Nonetheless, whatever the reality of that is, the point being that like we're looking at foreign leaders or somebody that has a heart attack or a stroke or like they've had the reality of a heart attack gun, which by the way, still gets dismissed by the screeching conspiracy theorist people that want to call everything a conspiracy theory, even though almost all the things they call conspiracy theory are provable. Like they still pretend that fluoride in your water is a fake story, or that rather that if it's dangerous now, they just jump the narrative, or that geoengineering is fake because they, even though they're doing programs of it, it's always the case. But this to me is such an alarming reality because we know what they're capable of. I mean, even they're working with a genocidal state like Israel, or rather government like Israel, that is testing on things in Palestine. I mean, all this kind of stuff. So when you see leaders collapse or, I don't know, massive things happening around the COVID-19 conversation and they need, things, people falling over. I mean, who knows what was used? Now, all I'm trying to highlight is the possibility and knowing that at least he's telling you that they're capable of this. And then ask yourself whether or not you think that might be done to you or might be tested on you. Historically, the answer is yes, they would.
We're able to show animal models of same, and the Italian group has done a fair amount of work demonstrating that nanoparticulate matter can be highly disruptive, not only of brain vascularity, but brain function. You may not necessarily incur a stroke, but you're going to begin to disrupt the network properties of the brain, and as a result, engage something more of a long wars effect through the use of these types of matters, where you now begin to influence the population in increasingly concentric circles of expansion.
Now, guys, if you want to have your mind blown, like if you haven't seen me already go over this, like watch the rest of his content or past examples of us covering this, because he goes in full confidence to the things that in other ways you might go, there's no way that's true. Like laugh out of the conversation because even in our circles, and it goes full on into it as if we've been doing this for 40 years, like crazy stuff. And I'm just kind of being hyperbolic, like more so that, 10 years, whatever. But talks about exactly what I'm highlighting here, using nanotech to influence, to change memories, to obviously to kill you or to influence action. All of those things are things he has talked about as real-time, real-world aspects. And it really has to wake us up to where at least I'm worried we might already be. Let's put it that way. And I'll include both these videos for you to watch. So, keeping that in mind, let's talk about this Cybertruck and both the truck as well as the EV truck conversation. Now I'm going to play this clip first, because really the same kind of things before. This is kind of what is the general narrative going around that seems to be backed up by the evidence, but it's just kind of the quick way to say, here's what most people are saying before we get into the rest of it. But think about as what right now already seems to be the kind of generally accepted reality that at first, of course, immigrants, jihad, ISIS, and many still going with that direction because that's their shtick, but ultimately rapidly was shown to be two elements that were connected to Fort Bragg. They both rented from the same company. They both use EV cars. Everything about this is becoming very clear. Of all the evidence suggests that it is some coordination to it. Now I'll get into the more of the points about the shooting, where he was shot and so on, but just ask yourself, is it not possible that what we just were going over could have been why this doesn't add up, or why none of the stories seem to add up? I mean, we're not even talking about like long-term Manchurian candidate kind of stuff, whatever you think. We're talking about somebody who has never been, like, it's not like, the point is Manchurian candidate is usually associated with like a long-term, like MK Ultra type thing, where it has been like a long-term program or they've been engineered that way. What he's talking about is that you could be dumped with something in your face, and within a short matter of time, they could be able to manipulate the way you see, think, feel, act. That is what, or through non-invasive aspects, like we're talking about, whether an injection or, as even Catherine goes to, the level of actual like programming, like through media. All these things they're all up in the air. But I think it's obvious that we can consider how somebody, especially in the military, who are historically the most tested on, might be an example of that. So first, the overview.
Police have uncovered a startling connection between these two events. The man responsible for the Cybertruck explosion outside Trump International Hotel served at the same military base as the New Orleans terrorist, according to a new report. Law enforcement officers—
and they left out the part that they're both connected to the same Fort Bragg, by the way—
raided the home of a 37-year-old man identified as Matthew Livelsberger. The suspect served at the same base as Shamsuddin Jabbar, who fatally ran down 15 people in a rented car in New Orleans in the early hours of New Year's Day. The Tesla Cybertruck driver was the sole fatality, while 7 were injured. Authorities largely credit Musk's hulking truck with preventing further damage because it was able to contain much of the explosion. Charred fireworks, gas canisters, and camping fuel were found in the bed of the truck.
Now, I'm getting mixed reports on that. Like, apparently, from what I can discern right now, that seems to be the explosives, which to me does not make any sense. Like, that would be something designed. And by the way, that's why I think you're seeing all those weird cascading white things. I think I've got the explosion here somewhere, which it's weird. The explosion looks strange. It's got all these weird, like that. But now when you think of it overlap with fireworks, that would actually make sense. But so that's strange, right? So that would tell me that this wasn't almost to that same point. And that's not even, who cares whether the Cybertruck is, like, that became a point for partisans. The truck is good. No, the truck is bad. It's like, guys, that's such a ridiculous deviation. Who cares whether it's good or not in this context? Good for him. Great truck, whatever. Who cares? The point, though, is that if it was fireworks and paint cans, well, then that doesn't seem to add up. Then it wasn't necessarily some powerful thing that it was withholding. And that's not my point in that, but simply to just say that does seem to add interesting overlap to whether they claim that did the thing it did or not. But to me, it's more indicative of that doesn't seem to be some big attack, right? It seems to be what would be giving a better show, an illusion, the way it looks, which you can read into it however you think this lines up, because I don't think it's really defined right now, because we'll get into the point that where he was shot in the head, and it's disputed whether that was him doing it as he goes up or as he hits or, whatever it is, or right before, or that somebody killed him before it happened. And we'll go into that.
When authorities were finally able to put out the fire, law enforcement sources have since revealed the cars used in both attacks were rented through Turo, and they were both EVs, prompting concerns they are linked. Officers have also considered the driver may have purposefully chosen to use a car owned by Musk to send a message, given Musk's newfound friendship with President-elect Donald Trump.
I'm glad. I appreciate that they added that, because, for you wonder whether it's going to be sort of like a partisan perspective. Like, that's interesting to me. And I think the reason I think that is because of what somebody says right here. Now, first of all, this is the quartering, just simply saying this is one of the first things I saw. Cybertruck just blew up in front of Trump Tower. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, right? Which is, indicating whatever they think the direction is, typical. But Loveless 2026, interesting, says MAGA is sending a message to Donald Trump. And the message is drop Elon from the team. Now, there's no reason to think that's just this one guy's opinion. But all I'm pointing out is it's interesting to me that is an opinion within the MAGA circles. I'm just, yet again, highlighting this very clear breakdown, as much as they really try to hide that from the mains, which, what's interesting is you're getting a lot of talk from the corporate media about some of this stuff. But wouldn't you argue that you would see a hell of a lot more of it right now if it was really the picture that we think that they're always painting? I think the idea is, I don't know, I don't go too abstract on it. My opinion. I think the direction they're going in is what the plan is. But either way, it's interesting that this is coming from these, Trump supporting accounts. Now, I don't think that's what this necessarily is, but who knows? It's certainly possible, but that's interesting. So here is what the Las Vegas police had to say about Matthew Allen Livelsberger. Now, remember, so both these people are from Fort Bragg, right? And rented from the same place, rented EV cars, and basically at similar timeframes as well. Now, this is where they report that this guy was shot in the head before this happened. I'll let it speak for itself.
Now, further complicating this identification of this individual, we also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle.
Okay, so shot in the head prior to. Now, I guarantee, maybe already, but it usually takes longer. If there's an autopsy done, which depending on, I guess, what happened with the explosion, which, as I understand it, is going to make that very difficult. Actually, I take that back. I would argue that even if there was a body that, that I think that would make that probably impossible to be able to tell because of the explosion. But my point would be that if there wasn't an autopsy done, if that was an explosion, you'd be able to find out the time of death comparable to the actual incident, right? So my point is they're not making clear if they probably don't know. The point though is that it could be that which is you're getting a lot of the conversation of, which I think is being very readily leaned into, because it then changes the story back to it still could be an ISIS attack and an immigration focus as opposed to a white man from Fort Bragg. You know what I mean? Like it's just, there's very clear agendas to all this stuff. But the point is he could have been shot before. Somebody could have put him in there. That's what the kind of partisan narrative is now. Or he could have shot himself. Like, why they would lean into one that works for their narrative is obvious, right? But it's just as likely that he shot himself and that, whatever, and then self-drove the car into the building. Because the argument is, well, they shot him, put him in, and then self-drove the car to the building. Well, if that's the argument, he could have just as easily turned on self-driving and then shot himself as he was driving. Like, I don't know. All that's possible, as you know, if you're being objective. But just nonetheless, it's interesting, by the way, that you think about the self-driving car aspect of it all. Right. And the idea that, as Orwell pointed out to me, like the alarming aspect of how many cameras are on you while you're in this car, which nobody seemed to talk about. And so that's why they're able to tell if you're aware or sleeping. That's just why in the world you would ever want that is absolutely crazy to me. But sorry, I thought let me finish it.
The detonation of the vehicle, that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle. One of the handguns was found at his feet inside of the vehicle.
Right. So, of course, if you want to read this as you already know that he was placed there, that becomes evidence that they planted the gun, which is kind of what you see. But anybody honest would say, well, he just as easily could have dropped the gun after he shot himself, or, whatever. It's, again, the makeup matters. If it turns out the gun was, some impossible place where he couldn't have dropped it, or maybe where it wouldn't have landed in the explosion, or whatever, that might change the conversation. But as of right now, I think it's easy to see that the direction is being leaned into by the partisan conversation, because that better aligns with how they can paint the story. Doesn't mean it's false. Important to point out, but I think that's usually how this goes. Now, next you see this is where you're getting this kind of compilation. So Raw reporting says Matthew 37 identified as the driver of the truck that exploded, saying he had intelligence manager with special forces experience. And this person says he was nothing more than a corpse filling a seat. See how this works? Like, this guy now knows, right? Even though you don't, it's just an opinion. Probably killed on some clandestine spook mission, which, by the way, is certainly possible. Like I point out in the past, like, this is what the weird kind of consecutive air crashes and helicopter crashes all right after that bombing. And they said everyone got traumatic brain injuries. 100 brain injuries, but no one died. I think that they always do things like this, and they just kind of cover these things up. That's my opinion about that. But my point is that if I think that, then obviously I wouldn't shy away from the idea that this could be done. But, of course, from the partisan side, this is done, by Biden or by the Democrats. I just don't, it just doesn't line up with any logical outline, as already right now they seem to be, despite all the narratives, clearly going, let's work together, let's make this peaceful. Like, I'm not saying I believe that, but that's what's being presented on the surface. If something happens, we'll talk about it. But I think the narrative about how they're secretly planning to disrupt the inauguration, I just think we're being played into some kind of action that gets you to react a certain way. Not to say that's not possible. But it's saying, and the Alphabet Boys thought it would be a riot to put the body in the Cybertruck, which is strange, right? Because so now is all the intelligence on the side of the Democrats, or is the argument that, I thought the whole point before was that Trump was more in line with a lot of, it's just interesting because you play it a lot of different ways. Either way, if you want to pretend that a person or Elon, the people that are in his circle that are so aggressively tapped into that same structure, but yet they're going to go out, they thought it would be fun to use the car of a guy who literally works with them and is rolling out their agendas. It just doesn't line up when you think about it, at least in my opinion. And then remote detonated is what they say. Now, this guy simply goes, well, the simplest explanation to me is that the batteries caught fire. And when you look at that, it says Tesla's quietly replacing every single Cybertruck battery because, a manufacturing defect increases risks of fires. Which, he highlights they're putting this out on the kind of public reports. And it is saying that. So I think that's a valid point. Could just be timing. Could just be because, well, here's a good opportunity to do it. But seeing that timing, you think about it like this. We've already seen this happen within the Trump-Musk administration, which is that something like this happens where it looks bad for them. And instead of saying, well, my truck just blew up and it makes my truck look bad, you go, it was an attack by the Democrats. And it's just very easy. Everyone lurches into that and looks for any symbol. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that is something that is easy because it would be grabbed onto. Now, I already think that there's more to the story, clearly, but it's interesting to think about how that can work. Now, see, that's the kind of stuff that always bothers some people. My opinion is clear. I laid it out. But it shouldn't stop you from considering other perspectives, even just for thought experiments. That is what helps you stay healthy and sane and not fall into partisan manipulations. Now, Hotspot points out another element to this is interesting. The uncle of the Cybertruck driver, bomber, Matthew Livelsberger, says he had the skills to, quote, obliterate half the building if he wanted to, but was confused by the attack because he, quote, loved Trump. So, that adds another element of that doesn't add up, which might add more credence to the idea that he was used, like the guy was saying. Or maybe he felt betrayed by Trump because of what's been going on. Who knows? We can always add into it, but we shouldn't do that. Consider it, but stay with what we can prove. He loved Trump, he says, and he was always a very, very patriotic soldier, a patriotic American. It's one of the reasons he was in special forces for so many years, which to me, that just doesn't make sense then, right? I don't know the uncle, but you'd expect an uncle doesn't have, it's easier to take at face value than an average random person on the street. But even then, still question it. Maybe he hates him, who knows? But either way, that's interesting because that does makes it a little bit more suspicious. Unless something had rapidly changed, which kind of makes sense to me with what's been going on, I don't see him doing this. And it says some of it doesn't make sense when he had the skills and ability to make something more, right? So it's filled with fireworks and paint cans and he had the ability to do something big. That makes sense to me. That doesn't line up. It says it's more efficient. And he says he wouldn't have been able to make more sophisticated explosives, or he would have been, than using propane tanks and camping fuel or whatever it was back there. That's a very good point. Benny Johnson simply going, here's what we know on This Is Today about Matthew in particular. 37-year-old Army veteran, 19 years of service in special forces and intelligence. I think that's important. Found deceased inside the Tesla Cybertruck he rented, reportedly packed with fireworks and/or bombs to cause the blast. Graduated summa cum laude from Norwich University with a degree in communications. Lived in Colorado Springs, where the FBI has executed a search warrant for his home. Reportedly served at the same military base as Shamsuddin Jabbar, the New Orleans attacker, which, as I understand, despite his name and different skin color, is an American, born in America. So it's immediately was pounced on by the certain people in the certain circles, despite the fact that doesn't seem to line up other than the look. We'll show you in a second. But what's interesting overall, certain things stand out, intelligence, degree in communications. Like I get this. It has hallmarks of what kind of person might be tapped for something more than just military, special forces, but who knows? The fact that he was used as a patsy, if that's the case, wouldn't line up that much. But James Lee did a good job on this. He says, and this is just another side point, but simply asking, with all that we know about what the FBI has done in the past, is it not worth considering that this also could have been a manufactured event? And by the way, maybe that went awry. Maybe it was meant to be a different thing and something happened and it wasn't the way it was supposed to go. Either way, I'm glad he made this point because it's a contentious time to make this point, but is time to make it because it does matter.
New York Times is reporting that the suspect who plowed through crowds in New Orleans today, killing at least 15 people, was carrying an ISIS flag and that the international terrorist group may have played a role in the attack. Reuters is reporting that this man, the suspect, Shamsuddin Jabbar, quote, may have had help. Well, what kind of help could we be talking about? Could it have been an elaborately orchestrated FBI sting, where the FBI provided all the necessary tools, the weapons, the bomb, maybe some money? Could it have been an entrapment operation gone wrong? The FBI would never prey on vulnerable people by luring them into fake terror plots.
Now, for the podcast, he's doing the whole TikTok thing and referencing to articles while he says that. So for the podcast, I recommend you watch the video for that point. But if you aren't, he's just, imagine he's pointing to an article that makes the opposite point, right? They would never do the thing I'm pointing to is what he's doing.
No way could undercover FBI agents help an autistic teen plan a trip to join ISIS. The US government would never spend $500 million creating fake Al-Qaeda propaganda videos. Would the FBI have created an actual terrorist? I'm obviously kind of half joking a little bit, but the fact that I can semi-legitimately ask these questions with receipts tells you everything that's wrong with the current state of the FBI and the US government.
Well said. Here, I have to scroll down. This is an article that was very popular on this platform. It was actually originally for the Free Thought Project. Matt Agarist wrote it. Parents catch FBI in plot to force mentally ill son to be a right-wing terrorist. And just so it's clear, you know me, I'm not partisan. I'm not fighting for one side or the other. I don't slant things to make it sound better for. This is exactly what it sounds like. Like exactly. This kid was mentally handicapped. He was a slow kid who lived with his parents. They literally read it. I mean, I always want to go into it because it's very transparent. The kid had schizophrenia. He wasn't able to do anything on his own. He didn't have a house. He didn't have a car. He lived through his parents. They tapped this kid and over the process of a very long period of time tried to coerce him into doing terrorist acts. The parents caught it. And it's just crazy. And they still try to, it's the same thing every time. They still try to go after the element, even though they're the ones providing everything. Here's money. Here's a car. Here's where you should go. We think you should do it. We'll be your friend if you do it. Like this kid is so desperate for a friend. He finally thinks he found someone that is his friend, which is the story. That he's willing to go. I mean, the point is, what seems to, from my opinion, is that he's willing to even pretend to like these crazy things. Because ultimately he says he pushes back. And that's when they try, that becomes very transparent. But the kid just goes, yeah, you know, I like that you're talking to me. I like that I have somebody I can be, you know, and they lean into it. The point is, imagine if this kid had blown himself up. We would never know. He would always be that one kid who they didn't, you know, I knew him. He was a nice kid. I never thought he would do something like that. How many times have we heard that? That's not to say that all of them are like that, guys, but just recognize what James was highlighting right there. This is a constant reality. The New York Times has written an entire article a while ago about how the vast majority of what the FBI breaks down are plots that they have a hand in manufacturing themselves. The Intercept did a great article about it as well. It's all very, very clear that this is at least possible to what we're talking about today. Worth considering. Now, Red just points out the obvious, you know, kind of overlapping point that we have two American veterans. Then he's saying are radicalized. It's kind of like that's the narrative, right? Two American veterans are radicalized to commit acts of terror on the same day. Got vehicles from the same company. Both served at the same military base, Fort Bragg. The same military base. He's saying that Ryan Ruth visited over 100 times before he tried to, quote, assassinate Trump. So interesting to me because I don't believe the whole Ryan Ruth thing is ridiculous to me. Like the whole thing, like the over more than a football field away through trees at a public golf place where they somehow were able to see a gun, open fire first, by the way, which is exactly the opposite of what we were told at the first example, that they weren't allowed to do that because I just don't buy it. I think something about that, or all of it for that matter, seems so wildly orchestrated, manipulated. And then, by the way, there was like two other examples after that. When, somebody was at a thing and he dropped a gun and like the Joneses of the world were like, assassination number 4. I think all of it is being very weirdly orchestrated. My point, though, even whatever you think about Ryan Ruth and what happened there, it is a real person, a real story. And there was a lot of weird connections to what he was and military stuff, weird stuff. To me, it felt very orchestrated, right? So again, almost adds to this point that this guy apparently visited that place over 100 times, and it's where these two both come from, using the same company and the same day. I mean, come on. There's only so much that you can see without just being like, it's just an objective reality. There's something connected here, right? Now, this isn't the picture they're using for him. Obviously, there's versions I'll show you that don't make him look like he's from some Middle East area, right? I think there's basic efforts being done here. Parapower points out, so we're to believe the Vegas Cybertruck suspect's body was burnt beyond recognition to the point that they couldn't remove it from the car. And half of this Desert Eagle melted That's the picture you're seeing right here. Yet somehow his ID came out barely singed and enough to be able to identify who he is. Where have we seen that before? Well, here's Jason Bassler for the comic relief. He goes, "Hi, I'm the FBI. You won't remember me from such cover-ups as, oops, Epstein's jail cell camera malfunctioned, and 9/11 hijacker's passport found in the rubble. Well, get ready for our latest unbelievable narrative, exploding Tesla driver's ID recovered at the scene." It's just like clockwork. Well, while of course possible, I too think that is pretty unlikely. Candace Owens simply adds to it saying, "The New Orleans terrorist and the guy who blew up the Tesla truck both had served at the same army base." Now, did you not pick up on the same thing? I find that really, really telling. But she says, "Given what we know about the history of sadistic government programs in our military, this brings forth more questions than answers." Now, that is very important. All she's saying is we at least should consider that this might be yet another example of a sadistic government program being run by our military. Yes, whether that's through other elements or just that it's always obviously something we should not dismiss. But the way she says it first, the New Orleans terrorist, okay, so the brown guy, and the guy who blew up the Tesla truck, okay, so the other terrorist, right? So if we don't know for sure what's going on here, it's very telling that you slant one way and one the other, when yet we don't know with the full picture here. Like, that's, I think, only because either he's a white guy that is a military Christian or whatever the narrative is, versus somebody who is another military entity, but just a different guy. The point is that the argument about was it, well, now I'm blanking on the first Michael, the white guy, is that now it's being kind of, it might be, but it's kind of being patched up that he was used, right? They planted him and so on. Maybe that's why that's the way it's framed, but either way, both of them are up in the air. I personally find that to be very telling. And I don't think for her it's about racism. I think it's about there seems to be this weird kind of Christian divide for a lot of these people, that it seemed to be like one more. I'm a Christian, but I don't, I just think that's crazy. I think at the end of the day, I respect people's religions and their choices as much as anything else. I think it's wild. But anyway, this person says the terror attacks were carried out by people who sympathize with the folks who you think are the good guys in the Middle East. I mean, guys, this guy's literally trying to tell you that he thinks that it was, in one case, just anybody in the Middle East, or I guess he's simply saying the Palestinians. Really? I mean, this is my point about how this partisan narrative goes. Despite all the evidence we have, even tying it back to Fort Bragg, this guy is literally suggesting that it's the people she's like, while she's calling out Israel, which doesn't even necessarily mean she supports everybody else, which is kind of even though she's been clearly supporting them. My point is that it's clear that she's just highlighting what Israel's doing. And he simply says it's the people that you're supporting because of an ISIS flag. We'll get into that next. I mean, it's just lazy, the amount of how much information is out there that people choose to ignore because it's it's immigrants, right? It's because it's illegal immigration. It's because it's the people invading Israel, like whatever lazy narrative you kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Gleaned in a way, but it's not exactly right. But just kind of scooped up from what you glanced at instead of actually looking into the information and realizing that just does not line up. And this person says, very Long Island Republican take right there. Jesse would be proud. I'm not even sure what that means. Jesse who, but it's funny. But so Clint Russell points out something that Kennedy had to say here. And I think I'm just going to, we're already past 3. I didn't want it to be this long. He's simply saying, sounds like Senator Kennedy believes it was an inside job. That's the general point. Whitney simply says, well, Patel and Gabbard, says, sounds like it's an inside job. That Kennedy thinks that. And he goes, reminder, Senate confirmation hearings begin next week. Kash and Tulsi want to reform the intel agencies. Timing is highly suspect, to put it mildly. Well, I agree with the general timing of it all, but it doesn't surprise me that Clinton would kind of be like the Trump team, good, and they're trying to stop that. And, that I don't believe for a second that that's the reality. And she says Patel and Gabbard are also overt Zionists who will happily blame Al-Qaeda for whatever, without noting that Al-Qaeda is obviously a U.S. government creation handled by U.S. intelligence agencies. Exactly what we keep saying. All right, that is I think a provable reality at this point. It's like knowing the injections are the COVID-19 injections, got hiccups, are killing people, despite people screaming the other. That's the case. The evidence is showing you that. We need to stop mincing words around this. We need to stop pretending we can't say ISIS, Al-Qaeda before it are proxies of the U.S. and Israeli intelligence apparatus. It is the, whether it's Ben Swann's, I always point these out, documentary, or James Corbett's 3-part documentary around the creation of Al-Qaeda, and it is nailed to the wall. It's just that simple. I mean, here, I'll grab it again. I mean, a point is that the basics are easy to go through, but I've already gone over the most of it, the reality of the clear ties, the funding, the operations, whether it's like things like Azov movement, right, to go back to 1938, I think. It's transparent, like the Mujahideen, the example in Afghanistan, like these are public realities, guys. And from there, you can prove how it continues in the same way, or the Wahhabist Saudi Arabian element that very clearly has been used. I mean, that's where all this stems from. So the point is, I will show you or include this is our watch along of it, but A Secret History of Al-Qaeda series from James Corbett, which if you want to just skip to just the documentaries about the watch along, the links are in there as well. That in my opinion, are just if you watch this, you will not walk away from it thinking anything other than that. Not because you just follow along, but because everything he proves to you in that is linked to source material from the government, from plenty of other things that prove these things to you. So before we get into the finishing part of the ISIS flag, which I think is very relevant, Champagne Josh or Josh Walkos says something very important. So here's DC Drano saying, remember, when former CIA agent TPA Sarah says Al-Qaeda and ISIS were planning coordinated multi-city attacks in 2025 and how they have over 1,000 soldiers already in the United States, looks like she was right. While Biden's FBI was focused on peaceful January 6 protesters, see how this works? Al-Qaeda and ISIS were plotting. Now they've started unleashing hell on America. To make the obvious points, we're going to go into the next segment here to end, is how obviously you can prove that is exactly what was going on in Syria, in all sorts of other elements during Trump's administration, in Idlib during Trump's administration. It's not just Trump. I'm just saying that because of the case that it seems to be focused on everything against Trump. It's all of them. It's Biden, it's Trump, it's Obama. Guys, they are aware of what this is. They have used these things. They've used them in Syria. They've used them in the Sudan. They've used them everywhere you're talking about. We're now watching them used in Syria. They're jumping these groups around. They've used them in the Ukraine. I'll make these points next. ISIS and Al-Qaeda are a U.S.-Israeli proxy. It's what it is. And Julian Assange has called this out. Plenty of people that have clear clout to what they have to say, which you should still vet for yourself, have been clear about this over the years. And so DC Drano simply going, see, CIA told us, and now it's here. Oh, so the government said. Funny how the outsiders fighting the deep state are listening to what the deep state tells you is going on, right? Josh says, I'd like to remind everyone who is listening to the, quote, former CIA agents telling us that we have been infiltrated by Al-Qaeda, that firstly, there are no former CIA agents. And secondly, the CIA, along with other Western intelligence agencies, created, trained, funded, and armed Al-Qaeda, which is just one name for them. They have been doing it since at least the 1950s, and now you are supposed to ignore these historical facts and jump on the new patriotic bandwagon? The infiltration is a deliberate black op designed to destabilize the country, take away rights, and control domestic and foreign policy indefinitely. Couldn't have said it better myself. It's exactly what we're talking about. Like all of this, guys, is fifth generation warfare. We're watching this play out in front of us, and it all comes together. And one of the final aspects, or final, maybe not, but just one of the main aspects is the political destabilization, causing this chaos, this point of where you don't know what's going on. You don't even trust your own party anymore. That's part of this. But what he's highlighting in this very clear point is, and this is part of that exact category, but this goes back a long way. This is what they have always been doing, funding the most radical elements of what they claim they're fighting for many different agendas. Now, before we go to the last part, in regard to the other discussion, Shamsuddin Jabbar, he writes, the New Orleans attacker, his LinkedIn profile listed at least 9 jobs within the U.S. military. Listed as current job at the time of the profile's deletion, which, by the way, is interestingly deleted so fast, was, quote, Information Technology Team Chief at U.S. Army Reserve. I find that also very interesting. Now, here is what the New York Post wrote. First, now this is from the 1st of January. New Orleans terror attack live updates. FBI hunts terror cell in New Orleans, which is interesting because what do you mean they hunt a terror cell? Well, it turned out not to be a terror cell, at least what we're being told. It turned out to be an individual. So what are you talking about? What cell were they hunting? Or is this just more New York Post pro-Israel propaganda they continue to push out? But it says they're hunting the terror cell as 3 men, 1 woman seen planting IEDs around the city, which, by the way, has apparently very rapidly gone out of the conversation, which, to be clear, especially with the New York Post, who really, in my opinion, has been very, very, very bad after, in the pro-Israel propaganda sphere. But my point is that just like a lot of past examples, 1 or 2 things can happen here. One, which is where you have these narratives that kind of, whether it's about partisan stuff or somebody was wrong or a misinterpreted thing, where you get these things that come up. I saw 3 people. I saw a guy in a military uniform, that populates the early stages, but then very quickly be shown to be either misinterpreted, wrong, it lies. That's one side of it, where it could be that way, or it could be that was the real story, and then it gets rapidly hidden because of an agenda. Both of those things are possible. We've seen both of them. 9/11 is clear examples. We've seen a lot of these different overlaps. So my point is, early on, just because they post it, which is already being shown by partisan accounts that, see, they're already hiding it kind of thing, we don't necessarily know that yet. Could just be that they were wrong. And they were in the fog of breaking news, as the corporate media loves to call it, which just means they rushed and didn't check their facts. Or didn't have the ability to check them, and they rushed and put it out anyway. All that's what happens. So interestingly enough, though, 3:11 p.m., January 1st, that's what they're reporting. So it's worth considering both sides of that. Now they're saying acted alone. So same point, right? So now it's not just maybe. Now they're saying he acted alone, the FBI believes. Which, again, when you're seeing all the moving parts, it does start to feel a little bit fishy, right? About the idea of the FBI and what they might be involved in and how they worked before and inconsistent reports. But as well as the other aspects of this, the overlapping coincidence, if you want to call it that, the timing of it, I don't see how there's not more to the story. Let's put it that way. Now, just to quickly go through this, I found this interesting. Just on that same note I was making. Here is where was that? Right here. I just kind of filmed it so I could just kind of scroll through it. Here is just looking at New Orleans terror, kind of looking for that post. And this is, where is it? There we go. I want to read you some of the headlines on their feed today. Now, this is older. I did this. This was maybe 4 hours ago. And it says, New York City anti-Israel protesters call for intifada revolution on the same day as New Orleans terror attack. See how this works? Same old stupid game. And they give an image of this one woman screaming into the air. They want you to they are playing into your biases. They want you to be like terrorist because it's a woman with a Palestinian garb screaming into the air. No, guys, this is the same thing that happens at every single one of these pro-Palestinian protests. And they say intifada revolution all the time. All that means, basically, they're saying revolution, revolution. That's all that means. And the reason they say intifada revolution is because I've later learned there's a chant that kind of rhymes with that. The point, because I first kind of made fun of it, like I thought it was just redundant, because it is. But that's what that means. Intifada just means revolution, resistance. That's all it means. You could argue it means terrorism through your lens, but that means you could argue revolution means it in the same way. It's like saying the American Revolution was terrorism because you were on the British side. That's all that means. Or the bottom line, though, is there are people that might use the word revolution and might be picturing terrorism. That's always possible. In this case, it is the same overlapping subjective narrative because they are playing on your biases against anybody who is brown, who comes from the Middle East. And it's disgusting and it's constant. It's everywhere. I don't think it's the majority. My point, though, is that that's what you get from these platforms. They're trying to drum up this kind of reaction. The next one says, inside terror, not all of them or something. I just want to point them out. Inside terrorist Shamsuddin Jabbar's home in Houston. So this one was interesting for another reason. Think about this. So this was today. So look at this, guys. You remember how many times in the past, there are a few of them, where a group like the New York Post or other platforms, I mean, usually it's like, I take it back. It's a mainstream platform that gets an insight to the home of somebody who's like in the process of being investigated. Like, you know what it reminds me of? Interestingly enough, hold on, was that even the new, hold on, let me check something real quick. Yeah, that's interesting. I think it might have also been New Orleans. Hold on, this might be interesting. Now, if you remember, no, I might be wrong. One of the past events that we've covered. Damn it, I won't be able to find it. Is the no, I remember. It's not. It's Orlando. That's what it was. Just since I brought it up, I'll grab it real quick. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Another example of this exact, yeah, right here. This is actually perfectly. This article is exactly right for this discussion today because it references the FBI. We went very deep into that conversation then. Highlighted the Intercepts article about how the FBI remember this is about the Pulse shooting. Let me see if I don't think I have it on screen for you guys. Hold on. There you go. Orlando shooter's true motive finally revealed, but why did the FBI try to hide it? Was the title of the show. This was September. Wait, was this? Oh no, it was an article. This was an article at the time. Written by Carrie Wedler. And interestingly, as you remember, two things. The idea that I think it was his passport was just like randomly sitting on the counter. It's like, oh my God, how coincidental. But overall, that it was one of these manufactured conversations, right? The idea that every element of what we're talking about was very similar in this one, right? But you not to get into it all. And even the Muslim aspect, the shooter, the whole thing. But what's interesting, though, is the home. Remember, we saw the same thing where they had this weird video even while cops were investigating, where they were like looking through the room and like moving things on the counter. And my point was like, there's no way in hell that would be allowed if this was an ongoing investigation. I think that's very interesting. And it's the same thing I'm seeing in this one. Let me save this real quick for you. See, I even have it saved under my category of FBI creates terrorism. But so back to this point, right? So you have them looking through this guy's home. Like, as this is being investigated, I just do not buy that. You know how often we get told that ongoing investigation, we can't even comment, but you're going to let the New York Post go through and take video of the room that shows things that may later be relevant? Come on. To me, that is one of the major points that screams this is something that's being done. Like this is a coordinated effort, which means your government is involved. Now, I'm not saying that's what I'm saying is absolute. I would say right now it's still up in the air. But to me, that is what that indicates very clearly as one of the, like, that's where that points to me. Now, the next one says, Trump says U.S. is laughing stock after New Orleans terror attack, Tesla Cybertruck explosion. You know, they're always just trying to lean into this for their own political benefit in every way. Like somehow that's Biden's fault that it happened, you know, because they X, Y, and Z, despite the fact that it could have obviously happened the exact same way in Trump's administration, as well as the fact that many conservatives are saying it was done to make a message to him. That's important to think about. Next one says the FBI confirms terror suspect. For the podcast, the one in New Orleans, the Shamsuddin Jabbar, they say they confirm he was flying an ISIS flag from his truck. I think there's only a couple more I wanted to show. Next one says New Orleans attacker live update. Oh, and they're showing one of the people that he killed. Last one says, New Orleans terror suspect, veteran status may have contributed to his extremism. Study says. That's just ridiculous to me. The idea that they're just simply saying because you're in the military, that's why you might be turned like that. I mean, well, I shouldn't say ridiculous. I mean, it's just as possible or has as much backing to it as saying people that are being flooded, the country being flooded with antidepressants and other psychological manipulation drugs are causing or adding to this problem, right? I would actually say that's a very valid point, on top of the fact that the military side of it, or in addition, or rather, that in itself is a point that's good or valid. Secondarily, the point about the military aspect, you can simply highlight the fact that being, you know, driven to do things that later you have nightmares about, which is not good for anybody, whether that's just normal kinetic violence or horrible things you're ordered to do, as we found out from Iraq, which are just horrible and disgusting and not even worth bringing up. Like the worst things you could possibly imagine, which have been brought out in courts of law, being ordered by their superiors to do the things you're seeing done in Israel today, or in Palestine, rather. My point, though, is it's obvious to see how those things could drive somebody to be, you know, to break, to snap, to react, to respond to somebody they feel responsible, whatever you want to call it. But overall, I get the sense that that's meant to say like military bad, or rather that it's like the angle of the politics. Now, I'm not just based on the, I've just given you my thoughts on the overarching points here. Yeah, I think that was it. Okay, so one last point. Oh, one last point here, and then we're going to finish with the ISIS flag overlap, and obviously you know where that goes. I thought this was relevant. You can decide for yourself. It's a completely subjective point, and obviously the argument can always be made that this guy's doing this because he has an interest in hiding the fact that a Muslim was involved. But if you're going to make that argument without any evidence other than the subjective the overview, then you damn well better make that argument when every Zionist speaks up about a Zionist attack. But we know that doesn't happen. Okay, so he says, "I'm from HOU, and I have been active in the Muslim community for years. Neither I nor anyone I know has seen or heard of this man," which doesn't mean that they just didn't know him. Somehow is around their circles. But he says DWI in 2020, but a religious Muslim. Now, that is a good point. 10 years U.S. military, PSYOP. Why does ISIS only show up around major political events or to justify policy decisions? Obviously, good points. Now, I just think it's worthy of pointing out this guy is claiming, and he seems to be a writer, commentator. Where did I read that? Something else is reading, seems to be prominent in the community and so on. The point is ultimately that he's claiming that I haven't seen him, which doesn't have to prove anything, but I think it's valid to point that out. And then somebody adds to it, says, and this is the same guy. That's him right there. So it's interesting how the images you've been seeing give you a very clear feeling about the person by design. That's what they want from it, I would argue. Well, here's a not too old video of him talking about his job. Worthy of, just take a look at this and see if it changes your perspective at all.
Good evening. I'm Shamsuddin Jabbar, property manager with Blue Meadow Properties and team lead at the Midas Group at Core Realty. I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch. So I've taken those skills and applied them to my career as a real estate agent, where I feel like what really sets me apart from other agents is my ability to be able to, one, be a fierce negotiator. So not only do I brilliantly market your property to make sure it gets sold as quickly as possible or gets leased as quickly as possible, but I'm also going to take every ounce of energy and putting it into negotiating for you and for your property to get the best deal that you can possibly get for it. So once we get to the closing table, all the I's are going to be.
You get the point. Now, again, just because somebody carries out an act like that doesn't mean they can't seem rational, right? I mean, I've seen examples of that, but nonetheless, it does add more context. Like, it doesn't seem like somebody who's crazy, extreme, right? But that, again, doesn't have to mean that it's not behind there. You just can't see it. But to me, it just kind of stands out as a little bit contrary to the way this is being presented. And the people that are trying to make this about one very clear vein, immigration, ISIS attacks, jihad, coming, they're fighting Israel and it's the same thing. Like, that's where this goes for a lot of this conversation. It doesn't make much sense when you realize that the guy is, not what they present him as. At least in the way they're trying to, like, for example, if all you see is that's what they're putting out, versus the way he looks here, and the way you can hear him speak here, and the fact that he's talking about his service and his, it changes the picture a little bit. Not that doesn't mean it couldn't be just as capable, but does that line up with what you would see as an extremist that would join ISIS and carry out a terrorist attack? Like, it just doesn't make much sense. But sometimes that's the way it is. But going back to the other point, think about somebody like this who is a very obvious candidate for, I don't know if it was possible, if you think it's possible, using neuroscience and neuroweapons to create a guy that could be used as a scapegoat. Worth considering, right? So right now you do have a very clear effort. And so even this is even an image from the DUI. Is that you have a clear effort here of trying to paint this as the terrorist attack. And the reason is because apparently, I thought there was the image right there. Where was it? Did I really not grab the image? I thought well, it's irrelevant. Oh, I do have one where it's laying on the ground. But so overly, the point is that on the back of the truck that was driven, the EV truck, you had a flag that was wrapped. And at first, I didn't even think it was a flag by the way it looked. So, I mean, again, I'll even say right now that after it was laid on the ground, to me, it doesn't look like the same flag. But that just could be, like, my point is that the flag on the ground looks like a pretty thin black flag. The way it was wrapped up, it looked almost like a thicker material. But as always, that could just be the sun or the camera angle or whatever else. I just want to point out the first impression I had. So this is insider paper saying, breaking, the suspect in New Orleans attack identified as 43-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. The source said he was carrying an ISIS flag in the truck. What the source, and by the way, if it was on the back of the truck, that's not the same as being carried in the truck. But these are small, maybe just word differences, but it does matter. These are all important things to consider on how this ended up developing. I simply said, if true, same as those in Syria and Ukraine, backed by the U.S. and Israel, right? We'll show you. I mean, that's not debatable. It's obvious that they're backed by Israel and the United States and that they're all sporting public examples of ISIS flags. In fact, let me grab that really quickly. I want to show the examples from Ukraine. I believe I've got it somewhere in here. Maybe not. I swear I grabbed that. I guess not. I guarantee you I could just type in ISIS flag Ukraine. It would probably pop up immediately. Let me see if I grab anything else I want to use. Perfect. We'll use a couple of these. Forgot about these videos. There's so much content back here. It's wild. Oh, I think that is the one. Perfect. You'll see in a second. All right. That's enough. All right. So, oh, of course, it won't let me share it. Not even going to get into that today. All right. So the point is, clearly they're saying you get a flag. And my point is, well, let's look elsewhere where we're seeing those flags. Now, insider paper goes on in the second today to say, citing CNN and their sources, the New Orleans attacker reportedly made videos, which nobody seems to be able to find or see, discussing his plans to murder his family after his recent divorce, but then later indicated that he had dreams telling him to change his mind and join ISIS instead. Because, yeah, that really makes sense. It certainly sounds logical and lined and seems to represent the guy we just saw in that video, right? Certainly could. Anything's possible. But to me, that sounds like something pretty weird happened. Something that jarringly dislodged this man from his life. I'm not trying to make the case for what I am considering as the possibility. What I'm saying is that is what that shows. Now, you can think about neuromanipulation, or you could think about antidepressants or some kind of drug overlap, or he broke because of the military. I mean, you could think of anything. My point is, it's obvious to see that something clearly kind of what happened here, right? You don't just have a dream and wake up, decide to join ISIS. Like, that's just something weird is going on here. That's my opinion. And coming from CNN, for all we know, it's completely manufactured. Now, Definels points out another video. Here's the same guy in a different video. Clearly doesn't look like the image they're showing. That's why they don't use that image. It says, here's a photo of him when he first served in the army. He served for more than a decade and deployed to Afghanistan before he carried out his ISIS-inspired attack. If that's what happened. Same kind of point, by the way, is you'll see these same accounts allude to the fact that we shouldn't, maybe the other example, I keep forgetting, is Michael. The one in the Tesla truck. Maybe he was tricked. Maybe he was used. Maybe this. But of course, this one is just, ISIS attack. And it seems he did it. Yeah, it's interesting why they give the benefit of the doubt to the other one and not this guy. I think you know why. But it says, according to sources, police found videos Jabbar made where he referenced the Quran. He also traveled to Egypt last year. Now, Egypt, both of them I can't seem to back up. Either way, referencing the Quran, all these different things. I mean, I've seen a lot. It's kind of like the rest of these conversations. One person says it because the source says, another person says it as fact, and later that day it becomes fact across the partisan media. Maybe it is. I haven't seen it. I looked. I can't find it. But that doesn't mean it's not there. It says he left his service at the rank of staff sergeant according to the Army, according to the New York Post, which again is usually right now we should be like, yeah, anyway, just question everything is the point. Of course, Gert Wilders comes in the conversation, a member of parliament, and comes out and says, 10 innocent people killed, ISIS flag, enough is enough. which, of course, usually when that, these people from international aspects are leaning in because there's an agenda here, in my opinion. So interesting that Gert didn't feel the need to call out the gigantic ISIS flag on the IDF wearing uniforms in Syria right now. I wonder why. Because it's not about calling out the ISIS flag. It's about calling out the ISIS flag when it's useful, when it's been used in a way that's needed to call out for an agenda you're all trying to accomplish. In this case, this is a video that you've all likely seen. I don't want to play it again just because it's very graphic and they execute these two people, but he's there with his ISIS flag very transparently on his chest. Now, the Shahada flag is very different. That's a bunch of white writing in the center as opposed to the big white circle with the writing, right? That's very different. The Shahada flag is simply a Muslim flag. It's not the same as the ISIS flag, as much as most people in the partisan field conflate the two. So my point here is ISIS patches on full display on U.S., Israeli, Turkey-backed terrorists who are already killing religious minorities. Now, we'll get in more in the next show. It's like wildfire. It has not stopped. It's only gotten much worse. I'll show one more video in a second. But here was another example, by the way, with that same shot right there. This, use the reverse image. This image comes from Syria recently. And literally an ISIS flag right on display on his patch, on his arm, just like examples we've seen from Ukraine. They all try to hide. It's because these aren't different elements. This is the same overlapping force. I mean, yes, there's different elements of this larger group or larger agenda, I would say, that they use from different places. My point, though, is when you start to see the same ISIS patch-wearing elements dance around from Ukraine, from Syria, to Afghanistan, to Libya, to Sudan, like wherever you end up finding this stuff, it's obvious that they're all interconnected because of the central role we're seeing. And I'll make that point right here. So here is Saeed Mohammed Morandi saying, NATO and Al-Qaeda have freed Syria. Here's another example of one of the many religious persecutions taking place right now in Syria. As this man gets tied to a pole, they tape him to the pole with his pants down. Now, as I guarantee most of you already start recognizing, where have we seen that before? And even then, remember, they tried to deny it the whole time until it later became undeniable from the Azov movement. And as I said, note the similarities between what you see IDF doing to Palestinians, similar examples of just that happening in Palestine and Lebanon, what you see U.S. Israeli-backed Azov movement extremists doing to Ukrainians, and now what you see U.S. Israeli-backed Al-Qaeda terrorists doing to Syrians. So, standing back objectively, what stands out to you as the common thread? In this case, quite obviously, the U.S. Israeli backing. I don't know how you can deny that. More specifically, the IDF association, right? But either way, I don't know how we hide this. I mean, it's on the surface of all of this. And this is simply saying, and just like that, ISIS suddenly this is November 8th, 2023. The Cradle article, which of course is no longer showing because Twitter censorship, that's supposed to have metadata. That's how that works. See, that's what they're doing to my links as well. That's not every time, but I think it's when it needs to. That's just crazy. That's supposed to have the information, and it hides that. The article says ISIS conducts new attack on army positions in Syria. Well, as well as the one we just saw. I thought I included that right there on Iran. Okay, why does that make sense if we're told they're the ones working with ISIS, right? Well, the point I said, and just like that, ISIS suddenly starts attacking the enemies of Israel and the U.S. government again, completely by coincidence, of course, as usual, after being 100% defeated a few times. And of course, the suddenly is right when it's necessary for them and their agenda, right? This is post-October 7th. That's the point. And suddenly the group that they're telling you is the leading terrorist group in the world starts going after the enemies of Israel when they start engaging in warfare. But don't engage with the obvious that shows you. And again, I include James Corbett's work. And this one. This is another time. So this is later. This is January 7th, 2024. Report says ISIS claims responsibility for the deadliest attack in Iran. Oh, you mean what we're told is the leading state sponsor of Israel, of ISIS? ISIS attacked the people that fund them? Is that what we're being told? Why can't a child could see beyond these flimsy narratives. It says, I said, how many times exactly do we need to see ISIS attack the enemies of Israel at the peak of hostile rhetoric before we truly understand what we're seeing? It's ridiculous. And these points are only for people that are still trying to grapple with this, guys. This is undeniably proven. As Adam points out, here's Express. Corporate media. CIA created ISIS, says Julian Assange, as WikiLeaks releases 500,000 U.S. cables. He says, never forget when WikiLeaks released over 500,000 cables, but going back to 1979, Julian Assange came to one chilling conclusion. The CIA created ISIS. Now that's, I argue in conjunction with Israel and Mossad. That's what I believe. Here's an example of a show that I highly recommend you watch. If you remember, this was during the, what was the exact focal point? I forget the location, but the point was ISIS-K. And it was about and this was like the Afghanistan version of my point is, you can prove that this is essentially an element that they've been cultivating, that I argue might not even exist. It's basically like this catch-all that they point to when they want to reference this, and it's Israel making these arguments. It becomes ISIS-K, and I think you can easily prove what this ultimately is. I mean, the whole picture, but specifically ISIS-K stands out as like some new example of how they're trying to keep this thing moving. Whitney Webb says, if people can't figure out that Al-Qaeda works for the U.S. government to justify wars abroad and repression at home, even with the U.S. having overtly backed the Al-Qaeda branch that just took control of Syria, they probably never will. Amazing how successful the rebrand of neocon propaganda has been. Exactly. I swear I shared that already. Guess this means lots of false flags in the future to justify more wars for Israel in the Middle East. People who hate the foreign wars are more likely to surrender their critical thinking if they are scared. It's very transparent. Patrick Huntington says, thread, okay. Recent New Orleans, Vegas Cybertruck events may seem authentic ISIS attacks for normie Twitter. Know how you're being manipulated. Some red pill post for you. And this goes back to why this is 21st Century Wire. FBI bogus counterterrorism racket staged terror in USA. Guys, this is an age-old story that has been so documented, even by corporate media. It's embarrassing. He says, we cover these events in granular detail at a time when no one else would. Well, we did too. But the point is a lot of, mainstream examples. But why? He says, why? Because we realized stage events were used to drive U.S. foreign policy. FBI raided, abetted ISIS terrorist attacks at Mohammed cartoon event in Garland, Texas. He says, unreal. This may be the most obviously scripted and staged managed event yet. Says Hebrew redo in Garland, Texas. A Mohammed cartoon shooting reeks of staged false flag. I'm just, it's just the point is, historically, and this is the image we'll show you in a second, it is so transparent. I might as well just read the rest of it. He's saying, mind-blowing. Were these supposed dead gunmen part of the drill, or were they patsies handled by a counterterrorism federal informant? Garland shooter Elton Simpson handled by paid FBI informant. Now, these are all, I'll just show you one. May 4th, 2015. They've been going this. There's so many examples of these. Now it says, learn to connect the dots. Take the time to look into these events as we have for over the last 20 years. And then you see a different picture than one force fed to you by the mainstream media, government, mainstream alternative media, counter-terror experts. If you are not afraid to look, then start with the work of Trevor Aronson. Roughly 90% of all FBI's Islamic terror busts in the U.S. involved FBI handlers and informants directing the subjects. And this is so transparent too. Then he says, and by the way, 2 U.S. military, and this is the same story he was getting into. And he goes on, yes, who wouldn't love to be a fly on the wall at the CIA FBI operations room beforehand? Look, just make sure you get that money shot at the end with the big ISIS flag unfurled in the street. Now, my point is, if you look at that picture and the way that it looked when it was wrapped, you tell me what you think. It looks like a different flag. But I mean, again, that things like that can be explained away by any number of things. Camera angles, light angles, the way that it might have been bundled together, made it look bigger. That's all certainly possible. Now, Gerald Salente, and here's actually Senator Randy Fine, who we've mentioned many times, is rabidly, cheering on the killing of Palestinians, basically. He says, Muslim terror has attacked the United States again. The blood is on the hands of those who refuse to acknowledge the worldwide Muslim problem. Guy literally hashtag Muslim problem. This guy is disgusting. Now realize what he's saying, if you look at the conversations, is all these people are a problem. He is Laura Loomer with short hair. And he says, it is high time to deal with this fundamentally broken and dangerous culture. He's literally just saying that Muslim culture is bad. Guys, you have to realize how disgustingly wrong, disgustingly broad stroke that is. Especially when the things he's pointing at, you can prove are being cultivated by the government he works for or is a part of. That's the crazy part. I'm not saying there are not radical elements, guys. That happens everywhere. I'm saying those have been cultivated and driven into reality the way they are today by the people claiming to fight it. And you could prove this. And he says they want you to hate Muslims, so you agree to go to war with Iran for Israel and AIPAC. Despite the fact that there's, the idea that they, basically just frame all of the Middle East as one thing, despite the complete ignorance around the differences of different countries and their different religions. And, it's playing on the ignorance of everybody. Now, to end, we're going to go more into Israel and the foreign policy aspect of it in the next show. But Thomas Massey has recently exposed a bill to protect Netanyahu, included in the House rules package. Of course, right? Scheduled for a vote immediately after the speaker election. Why in the world would you need a bill to protect Netanyahu? Because you got to protect the person who pays you, right? You got to protect the person who's influenced. Now, obviously, I'm kind of joking but not in the real sense. Like, that is absolutely what's happening. But why they did that? I mean, the point is that how are we ever going to pretend, or how can an honest person look at this and not go, how in the world is that possible in a normal world? Like, if what we pretend is the reality, that you're going to literally include in something for the spending package, the House rules package, which we're going to force through, that protects a guy designated as a criminal by the international community that demands the arrest warrants. So, and not only are you not doing that, but now you're trying to pass legislation that claims you have to protect him. Like, if you can't see what that shows you by now, the idea that they not only don't care about the things they enter into, the agreements they make with the world, but they're willing to actually pass laws or unjust legislation that challenges explicitly what they signed to, what they claim they're going to do. It's just they are dishonest at the core of this, but that they are protecting a genocidal maniac. Does that sound like America first? Does that sound like make America great again or do anything for America? That sounds like whatever for Israel at the expense of everything that America wants. And there are some people willing to call this out. That's not about Jewish people at large or Israelis at large. It is about Zionism and its influence over all of that, as well as Christians, as well as anything else we're talking about. Here's another example of a member of parliament, which even in their parliament, even obviously in Israel, the pushback is growing. It says, in the Israeli Knesset, Gilad Kariv, a rabbi and former IDF soldier, condemns Israelis who have completely dehumanized 2.3 million Palestinians in the same ways our, quote, worst enemies did to us, in the process endorsing savagery, barbarism, and utter disregard for human life. And he's probably going to be arrested after that or, removed from something. Like, it's not that far out of reach. We've already seen people arrested from the Knesset. I forget his name, the one with the glasses, after he did something similar. But what's interesting is to think about the worst enemy did, right? Because if you understand the reality of Zionism, now it depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about the Jewish population, you're talking about the Israeli population, which are different things, or are you talking about the government? Because if we're talking about the government and Zionism, which is the reality of that, they're not the enemy. The truth is, as even As even Dan Cohen highlights, they align themselves with Nazi Germany. And this is even documented by Wikipedia, for crying out loud. They attempted to ally with Nazi Germany and sought to found a copycat fascist state. I went over this on my show. Dan Cohen is a Jewish investigative researcher. And the only reason I pointed out is because people would call him anti-Semitic for pointing these things out. And the Lehi Party, which is one of the foundational elements of Zionism, which they still give a Lehi pin to this very day. They didn't for a while because they used to acknowledge that this was disgusting. But this group was everything we know of the horrifying reality of Zionism then to now is what was going on publicly, praised. I mean, you could listen to the people like this guy right here, Ezra Yachin, 95-year-old, in this video saying, kill them all. There's no one innocent. They're all animals. And he is one of these people that goes back to that time frame. That there's documentaries where they're laughingly telling you how they raped young girls during the Nakba. It's horrifying, guys, and it's not a secret. The point is that Lehi group continued to seek an ally with Nazi Germany even after the final solution had begun. Here's Haaretz writing about that. That means that during what we understand about the World War II dynamic, that what they claim is what justifies their existence. The Zionist organization was working with it. How does that make sense? It doesn't, is the point. Most people just choose to look away because they just don't want to. It's too contentious. This is the truth. And more than ever, people are beginning to call it out. And that's why, that's just on that point that, maybe he doesn't know that. Maybe he's I believe the point is that we are finally we're coming to the space where people are finding the courage to finally acknowledge all of this. Maybe we can see some change. Now, again, what we're going to do more, just like every other day, January 2nd, this is since the morning alone, and this was early, this was just at 7:50 a.m., Israeli occupation forces have killed 61 people in Gaza. Innocent civilians, nonstop, constant. No one's even talking about it anymore, it seems. And 972 magazine, we'll talk more about this for sure. With Gaza war and Trump's return, Silicon Valley embraces a military renaissance. Great. Israel's first defense tech summit, corporate leaders and army officials openly touted their partnership with AI-driven warfare and surveillance. Let's see if they even list Palantir. Of course they do. Representatives from Palantir, Sequoia Capital, right? Sequoia Capital, along with BlackRock, are two of which just reinvested $6 billion more into XAI through Twitter. But don't worry about that because it's not a problem as long as it's on the Republican side, right? But on top of that, this case, Palantir and Sequoia Capital are working with Israel for their genocide right now, and they're now praising the AI-driven genocide. That's the Lavender program. In case you want to include that too. The AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza. That is what, Palantir is working with Israel to effectively carry out genocide. Now, what they're doing in this article is discussing how they are praising this. Or as they're saying, Silicon Valley embraces this in Israel. Clearly, there's the Zionist technocrat overlap. I think they're merging with one at this point. And I think what's clear about this is that they're not only praising the AI version or using what these people are going through to map this out, to train all of this. And, the same what Elon Musk is doing with XAI, using you to train these things. That's what we're talking about. What we've talked about for years, that Israel will come to these things and sell these weapons as battle tested, which I guarantee they're doing right now. And battle tested means we killed Palestinian children with these things. We use them to implode, to shred, to starve to death, whatever you want to. We use them in Palestine over the last year. Battle tested. It's not a joke. Abby Martin and plenty of others have been breaking this down for years. So recognize where this all goes and where that feeds back in to your country through the Trump administration for the interest of technocracy or whatever other narrative they spin. The reality is this is coming. I'm pleading with you to find the courage to stand up and call it out. Try to stop it because tell you what, it's not going away. Well, I'll leave it there for today. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Had a good turnout today. I appreciate all the support as usual. Make sure you support Steve and what he's doing as well. I know he's going through his own little struggle right now with the computer issue, which we all, it's something that happens more often, it seems, in the independent media, but ultimately that he's trying to patch together with what people sent him. So that's why I invited him on to hopefully get some more conversation today, but it looks like he lost his connection. But, reach out. And Wake Up's doing good work as well. Support him if you can. But overall, guys, as I mentioned earlier in the show, it just seems like our problems continue to compound. As I said before, this is something I'm always going to do. I believe in this. It's something that I don't think I'm even capable of not doing. The problem is as this stuff continues to weigh and pound, it just becomes more difficult to get content down. I'm not going to stop, bottom line. But I'm already having to kind of cinch the belt even more. If you tuned in earlier, you would have heard more of the information, but bottom line is, at least right now, and it's going to build. I'm getting close to it, right around, if not already more after today, about $50,000 in bills just for the lawyer for just the one case already. And we've got 4 more behind that right now. It's all lawfare. It's all illegitimate cases. And this is just us pushing back. It not even going to court because that would cost even more. I mean, it's just, it's obscene. But that's what this is, guys. That's the, and whether that's because we're that much of a threat, which I get the sense that's how this feels, or just because, I mean, but again, I don't see this happening to everybody else. So whatever it is, guys, I think that we're over the target. I think that the work is important, and they do not want this happening. They're bringing people together, whether it's the IMA and everything else. I mean, it's just, there's clear directions. Oh, on that note, by the way, so as you guys know, Courtney got married, and she was on her honeymoon, and then kind of getting back in her regular routine for her show and so on. We haven't gotten to Pirate Stream for a minute because of the many different reasons, but that being a couple of them. We just scheduled another Pirate Stream, so that'll be coming. I forget the exact date, but it's this coming up in a couple of weeks, I think. More coming your way on that note as well. But just, we're going to keep working, guys. If you believe in what we're doing, if you believe in the work we put out for free, show us how, support us in that regard. Show us why you think this is important. And again, I'll also note on the way out that we have the drop down. I'll just grab one thing real quick here. On any page here, you can see the drop downs. Oh, can you see it? Oh, no, here. For TLAV Apparel. Right now, Truth Clothing is on the way out, apparently, and we're just trying to get rid of less of the clothing. Big Frog Clothing is now going to take up most of what we can do, and we're hoping to repopulate some of the older designs, maybe slightly different if we have to, on the new page. Either way, on both those, you can buy TLAV shirts and stickers and everything else if you'd like to go in that route. I should more, quite frankly. I hate doing marketing side of this stuff. I just think it feels gross. But nonetheless, we need support. So if you want to support us in that way, you can. There's a bunch of ways to subscribe through Substack, through donate through the website. Up here, you can find, here. Oh, by the way, that is one thing I wanted to do. Oh, shoot. I'll do it next show. I don't want to wait time to find it, but, oh no, there it is. I opened a wallet for Monero because I do agree with Derek in the idea that if it opens, there we go. That ultimately Monero is one of the, it's private. Like, it is one of the real examples of something that is legitimately private. Even when it comes to like the crypto cash, even like Bitcoin only shows the account and the information. You don't know who it is. This is none of that. Nothing. So if you'd like to support the platform, that is one way you can do it. And I'm going to give, I'm going to wait just next time. So you have to wait for me I have to open this. I'll include this information in the show notes below. I'll try to add that coming up soon. But up top, as you can see, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum donation, subscribe to our Cash App. There's plenty of ways to donate. Point is, if you like what we do, if you support us, let us know. I'll leave it there in general, and we got plenty more coming your way, guys. Thank you all for being here. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
There is no doubt that the so-called rebel forces attacking the government in Syria are creatures of the United States and of Israel. There's been congressional testimony in the United States openly that the United States had spent more than $500 million on the Syrian rebel forces.
And others. You tell the story about how you tried to find out what they call the Mossad when they deal with publicly?
I thought it was a reasonable question, but the trouble is you can't pick up the phone book. There's no Langley in Israel that you can look up, CIA, or in our case, the Mossad. We thought we should ask, what shall we call it in English? You can translate the Hebrew words, as I said, Mossad is institute, but when they write a letter to their friends in the CIA or the British intelligence, what do they call themselves? It took a while. It was a matter of asking the Prime Minister's spokesman. The best you could do, because officially the Mossad is under the Prime Minister's office. And I think he sort of wondered why you want to know and all that, so we explained. And he came up with the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. I mean, if it were to have initials, it would be ISIS. Just simple words like that. Interestingly enough, kind of a British model.